Yet another installment of Kenya Collective here on our space every Sunday, where we discuss issues regarding the country and how the political state of play is panning out. We are glad that most of you are joining us. As they continue to join us, we just want to extend our hearty welcome to all of you. Looking forward to a very engaging, interesting debate tonight. And we'll be, of course, also just listing some of the panelists that are joining us today. I can see already on the panel, Esther Pasaris, thank you for joining us. I can see also Ken Jiru, thank you for joining as well, the Executive Director of Ungwana Initiative. Also, I can see Professor Masharia Munene as well, always a treat having you every Sunday. We are eagerly awaiting to be joined by Richard Onyonka, and most of them actually they are on the road. Joshua Kipto as well. Thank you for joining us today. I can see also Dr. Anne Ritu. Anne Ritu, thank you for joining us as well. Of course, the registrar of political parties. We really do appreciate you joining us as well. And in fact, actually, we're discussing party politics, so it will be nice of you to chime in as well. And we're eagerly waiting to be joined as well by Honorable Makali Muli, who is a member of Parliament, Kitui Central. We'll be joined as well by Tom Ujenda, who is the senator of Kisumu. He was in Dubai. I've been trying to get in touch with him. I think he had indicated he'll be here. So I don't know what's happening on that particular front. And we'll be joined by also Senator Moses Kajwang, all the way from Homa Bay. Most of them are in Mashinani over the weekend. Sometimes challenges with also the network. Yeah, and Honorable Makali was on his way on the road. And we have Gadoni Mushomba expressing her regret that she can't join us as well. She's just coming from Mashinani. Her phone is just about to go off. So she says, oh my goodness, I cannot join in today because I think by the time we're getting engaged into the discussion, I'll be tapering off as far as the network is concerned. So we're looking forward to all of you joining us today. Thank you so much. I trust that you had a lovely restorative weekend. Well rested. It has been a week that is full of intrigues. And on Monday, we saw also the passing on of the Pope. And we know as Novendiali, the sacred 9 days of mourning began today. And the world bows its head in deep sorrow and profound gratitude for the life of Pope Francis, a son of immigrants, a humble bouncer turned priest, as you know by now, and above all, a servant of Christ. Francis taught us that true leadership is not found in thrones of gold, but in the dusty streets where the poor, the forgotten, and also the brokenhearted live. He lived the gospel in its purest form as we know it, wearing an iron cross, right? And instead of putting on the gold one, as is tradition and custom of the Catholic, especially with the papacy, and carrying his own suitcase, right? By the way, I've always wondered why the suitcase, and you have the nuclear code. What does the Pope have to do with the nuclear called as well, and washing the feet of Muslims, refugees, and the AIDS patients with the tenderness of Christ himself. He was a bridge in a divided world, and a voice of the voiceless, and a bruised but brave hand extended to the marginalized. So we want also to extend commiserations, and I'll give also our panelists on this. In a time when we know the church yearned for healing, Pope Francis also reoriented the papacy towards mercy, humility, and simplicity. And we can talk a good game about it, even as the church bells continue to toll to the farthest islands of Africa as well. Everyone is in mourning for the 9 days that we'll be having. Today also, we want to look at the debt diplomacy, the debt trap diplomacy, of course, just focusing on where the country is right now, looking at what has been happening with the odious debt. So many questions have been raised around it, and we want to squarely also look into it as well. And we know in an era that is defined by escalating global rivalries, China's debt trap diplomacy has emerged as one of the most controversial forces reshaping the developing world. We will look into this. So we find ourselves, even as a country, in a critical road as President William Ruto signs fresh billion shillings deal in Beijing, including the revival of the long-stalled Naivasha Malaba Standard Gauge Railway. And we're talking a whopping 54 billion shillings, if I remember. And workforce questions looms large about Kenya's financial sovereignty, transparency, and strategic future. And also, we know what is happening also on the ground with the revving party politics. 2027 is looming on the horizon. Leaders are already positioning themselves, not just for power, but for control over the narrative. So, also in the mix, because I saw some of the dailies putting it like, China also may become a big game changer to the 2027. Will China's economic footprint become political weapon, a campaign flashpoint, or an invisible hand steering Kenya's next chapter? Right? Having talked so much, I want just to also give the mic and deal it to my co-host Benjin Dolo to say hi and extend also a hearty welcome to every one of you who's joining us today on this particular conversation. Benji, good evening.
My brother Dibal, good evening. Good evening to all attendees. I am on the road from the airport, as usual, here to do quite a bit of listening and very little gatekeeping. Happy to see everyone here. Nairobi Women Rep is, we've had our own political differences, but she's a friend. She's a friend in a very personal way. And so very happy to see Honorable Esther take the plunge into this space to accept the invitation to come here and share. As you poignantly point out, I've said many times that Pope Francis was the best, absolutely, without a doubt. Simplicity, humility, authenticity, service to mankind, no respite when it comes to thinking about the poor, prisoners, prostitutes, name it. So we thank the Pope for his legacy of love and inclusion and forgiveness and tolerance. And we feel and hope that his legacy will be a guiding factor, not just for the picking of his successor, but also for the political culture. When you talk about wars, when you talk about, foreign, interests and investment and fairness, world trade, and all of those macro, economic issues, if you may, we hope that his influence will really impact the world positively, not just for years to come, but for decades to come, because that is exactly what a towering figure like that is supposed to do. A historic figure is supposed to influence the world for the next even 100, 200 years to come. And so we mourn his passing. We thank God for his 88 years, almost 89 of life. That is a good long life. And ours is just to, in every way, in every space, especially on a Sunday, to just take the lessons, and in everything we do, just try to to mimic the Pope and the gospel of Jesus Christ, to speak for the voiceless, to afflict the comfortable, and to comfort the afflicted. So Dibal, it's my pleasure to be here with you. Kila mtu karibuni, Professor, and the rest. And I'm also happy to see that the panel today is not a manual. It's gender equity is a constitutional dictate. It's not an option. And so let's have a good one. Last week we finished past midnight. I was like, oh my God. So I'm hoping that we can handle things better today. But we really salute everyone that's been part and parcel of this growth, of this space. We are really so grateful, my brother Dibal and I. Asanteni sana. Let's get going. Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you, Benji. And so we want just to get down to the starts, and I want to yield first the mic to Kenjiro. Kenjiro, it's been quite a while since we saw you, we had you. If you may kindly accept also my invite as well, so that you can have you on the speakers panel, and also Dr. Andy Ritu as well. We'll just be glad to hear your voice as well. Thank you for joining us. And we want to commiserate from that beginning. Haman Manyoro, thank you for joining us as well, even as we await for our panelists, other panelists to join us, especially the politicians. We just spoke some few minutes ago and they were on the road, so sometimes that network can be a bit tricky going off grid. But we want to just hear from you. First of all, I can see Joshua Kipto is here as well. Let's just hear from Joshua Kipto. Then we come to Professor Bashar Munene and Haman Manyora, and the students of history as well, looking at the papacy, the storied history of it in existence. We're talking about 1,300 years. We've never had, an outsider coming on to take the reign as well. Looking at Pope Francis, outside Europe, the 266, of course, Pope. And we just want to give you a handy opportunity to just commiserate and share also your condolences and stand with the world, even as we are mourning about papacy and the Pope himself.
Thank you very much, Dibal. I want to appreciate the host, as yourself and Benji, as well as the rest of listeners for this important Sunday where we. I don't know if you can hear me, Dibal.
Perfectly.
Okay. So thank you very much. So without wasting time, first thing first is just to reiterate the same condolences, I think, to our faith, to our Catholic faithfuls, quite a number in this forum. And if you could see, the last 1 week has been an outpouring of not grief but appreciation. One thing that the death of Pope Francis has shown is that the world or the humanity always appreciates someone who is human and who does something commendable to the entire humanity family. And I think Pope Francis scored in that. I've been scrolling through the commiserations, the condolences, the tributes, and all of them point to one thing: the solid legacy of Pope Francis the late, in the sense that he has been acknowledged to be among the most human, if I may put it, in terms of people popes that we've had over the years. For the 2,000 years of Catholic history, he's been picked out as one of those that has been pro-poor, pro-people, and importantly, even went to the extent of breaking barriers as well as dogmas that comes with the institution, and to the point that even as we head to the political side of things in terms of selection of the new pope, you would see conversations around conservative wing within the church seeking to retake back that position, because Pope Francis was seen to be liberal and more or less open to liberal ideas when it comes to the church. So it has been a week of celebration of who he was. All the world leaders, for you to see the number of world leaders flocking to Rome to go pay their tribute, is a testament of who he was. The most important, which I think for me is very more personal and within reach, is the current ongoing genocide in Gaza. How he spoke about it as a head of the Catholic Church, where he balanced the view very well. He said, even though the conflict may be long-term, may be deep, and either side may take a fair share of the blame on how the conflict got to where it was, he never shied away in saying the Israeli response had been out of this world and something has to change. And this conflict has only opened an opportunity for that conflict within that region be seen differently. And as you've seen, the Western world has had this problem of more or less like gagging. Any criticism level against Israel has been termed anti-Semitic. And at some point, even you could see what was glaring is that the Israelis never sent any representative to the papacy or to Rome during the funeral, more or less like a protest. But for him to boldly speak out and say, we have to remember, and we have to, in fact, at some point, he's been accredited of stating that Jesus was a Palestinian. So for me, that was a powerful statement. Being in the middle of the Western world that is solidly pro-Israel, and for him to speak for humanity and say what is wrong is wrong, what is right, for me, it's a big deal. So for the Catholic faithful, as we commiserate with them, it's just a mark of tribute and appreciation of who the leader of the church has been and what he's been able to achieve in his lifetime. As a Jesuit, as a person who really strongly believed in pro-poor. Actually, if you look at the history as well as his service as a pope, that he never earned any income, he donated 100% of it. As they were reading out his last, they said he only had $100 or something, like literally had no money, because he swore himself to poverty, which was more or less like a principled stand that he will side with the poor and he will be remembered for being pro-poor. So that for us is a big, big call. And I think that goes to leadership. He brings out a sense of leadership that is lacking in our these sides of the world. As we get into the other topics you've referred to, from elections to party politics to debt trap and the rest, if we can learn that lesson, that leadership is about service, leadership is about being principled for the benefit of the people, to go a long way. And I think that part of the world where the Pope comes from has given us examples of solid leadership in terms of principles and being pro people. I don't know if our listeners can remember the former Uruguayan president Muyuka, and he is more or less like a replica of Pope Francis, in the same that by the time he was leaving, he left with a very small Volkswagen. He served his period of time for the 2 terms ended, and he was remembered to be the world's poorest president. But if you look at his track record for what he did for Uruguay, it is incomparable. And I think that for me is a big lesson. So as we embark on our other topics locally here and nationally and focus on what can move our country forward, maybe the biggest lesson we can take on this Sunday as we remember Pope Francis and as we commiserate with our Catholic faithful is basically to say, how do we get our national conversation, our national culture, our national politics, both at the local, county, as well as the national level, be pro-poor, be pro-people, and just being an outright act of service for the benefit of the majority or for the benefit of the people. For me, that would be the take-home. So thank you. Looking forward to the conversation.
Thank you, Joshua Kipto. We really appreciate it, of course, bringing out very clearly and succinctly the issue of servant leadership that Pope Francis epitomized, and how can we also try and extrapolate that sort of example into our, leadership here in every facet of leadership in the country, be it in the corporate sector, be it also in the public sector as well. I want just to extend and yield the mic to Esther Pasaris. Thank you for joining us as well, adding to the gaiety of vocation. And I know you to be also a fervent Catholic as well. And I know the Monday came in like a news just from the left side for you. Having seen him just, officiating and presiding over the Eucharist at the St. Peter's Basilica, of course, he was not really in the good shape and frame of health, as it were. And so everyone walked to those shocking news that we saw yesterday, what happened as far as the funeral is concerned, the simplicity, even the coffin and the casket that was bearing his body as well. Esther, I yield the floor to you just to say a few words. And then we come to Professor Mashara Munene, Martin Olo, and Ken Jiru as well. Over to you, if you may unmute.
Unmute. Thank you, Dipal, and thank you, Benji. Nice to meet you in this space, and all the fellow speakers and the listeners. The Pope. I mean, okay, so I love the Pope. I love the Pope because he was very humane, and he was bold enough to address issues that were not really addressed by the church, like the abuse of young boys, the sodomy in the church. He stood up and spoke about it. And he tried to take action and to acknowledge that it was happening in the church. A lot of other popes before him were not willing to address this abuse in the Catholic Church, and that's what gave rise to an organization called Catholics for Choice, which wanted to look at various aspects that we felt that the Catholic Church needed to address. Like, for instance, should the church, should fathers in the church get married? What's our stand on LGBTQI? What's our stand on abortion? I mean, I did remember once him making a statement on abortion and saying he understands that when a woman has been raped, she should be treated with compassion and understanding, right? But it shouldn't match into another violent act. But for Catholics for Choice, we felt like 10-year-olds who were raped or defiled should have a choice. But so I felt that he was just such a beautiful human being, and he understood the challenges of the world that we're living in right now, and he had so much humility in him. Like when he went to Sudan, I think it was Sudan, that he kissed or washed the feet of the leaders, asking them to have peace, when it comes to Gaza, he was so bold, and he's, it's like two wrongs don't lead to a right. I think when I look at the world today and how everybody's coming out and talking about the humility he has, and the love that he has, and the sacrifices that he made, and the life that he led, because I read somewhere that he was entitled to a salary of $30,000, and he never ever took it for himself. He didn't need it. He lived in a simple room, not in the mansion. He wore simple clothes, simple shoes, and even his burial was very simple. And the connection I also have with him is, over the years, as Christians, we go through the evangelical grooming, and in the end we realize that we're all children of God, and we all are blessed to be children of God. So, institutional religions should not make us separate each other. And he had the love for all religions. Were Jewish, whether you were evangelical, whether you were Hindu, he just had love for everyone. And I think that's a reflection of God. The God that we all worship is love. And I really pray that people get to experience that the most important thing in this world is just love. And that is what the Pope stood for. It was just absolute pure love, love that transcends race, transcends denominations, different faiths, cultures. It's just absolute love. And he will be absolutely missed. I was a bit sad that he never got an opportunity to go back home since he became Pope. And that again tells you he went all over the world but home. And, I know his countrymen are probably feeling that, oh my God, why didn't he come home? But that's what happens with leadership. You go and serve everyone else before you go back and serve your own people. They say charity begins at home, but I think leadership is extended beyond the home. And may his soul rest in peace. I know he's with God, and I know is looking out for all of us in this world so that we may grow in love. Yeah, he will be missed.
Indeed, it will be missed. And we do hope, even as we eagerly await, for of course, the passing on of the 9 days, the non Vendiali, as they call it, in the, of course, the Catholic fraternity. All of us, we are eagerly straining our leash to see and waiting behind the frescoed walls of the Sistine Chapel to see what or who will be the next Pope. Even as maybe it will be the black or the white smoke, but of course, everyone always waits for the white smoke. Let me yield the floor now to Ken Jiru of Ungwana Initiative, the executive director. Ken Jiru, good to see you. It's been a while. Thank you for joining us. Looking forward to hearing from you and a lot of issues as well. They always say that if you cannot see the picture if you're in the frame. So if you're out of the frame, you can clearly see the picture. So I know you've been seeing the pictures clearly of how Kenya has been panning out since we've been also with you on a couple of shows on TV. But also your sentiments and your commiseration for the Pope. I yield the floor to you. Good evening.
Thank you. Thank you, Dibal, and thank you for inviting me and for meeting all the people that I'm seeing on.
You sound a bit faint. Could you just pump up your volume? Yeah. So that yeah. Yes. Uh-huh.
Better now?
Better now? Yeah, a bit. Good. Continue.
Okay, good. I was just saying, I thank you for inviting me to this forum. Indeed, it's been quite some time. I think we all sometimes have to go up the mountain and reflect on a few things, where you've been, where you are, and where you want to go as the seasons of life transform. And allow me just to start by commiserating with all the Catholics as they mourn the Pope. Indeed, when a leader like that falls, the whole world stops saluting and even just to reflect on what it is that he achieved and who he was. And without, just going through again what the two previous speakers have spoken, for me, it was about the fact that he was a man who was his heart was after social justice, and he really was a person who advocated for the poor and the marginalized, emphasizing economic equality. And of course, one of the things that he really fought was unfettered capitalism, what in my terminology I call Ushenzi capitalism. He advocated for the environment, what you'd call environmental advocacy. He was very strong on that. Calling for urgent action, helping to frame environmental protection as a moral and spiritual duty. I think that was very profound. The environmental protection as a moral and spiritual duty. So it's not just a question of the fact that the temperatures are increasing or the seas are rising, but it is a moral and spiritual imperative, and that's what he pushed through, influencing the global discussion, including the Paris Climate Agreement. He most profoundly, again, I think Francis, again, was very instrumental in on the question of church reform and transparency. As far as promoting financial transparency is concerned and accountability, again, you can see when the church is dealing with some of the things that we are dealing with because they are human, they are fallen just like us. Modernizing the Vatican and indeed addressing clerical sexual abuses. He really put that on the table, and again, you find critics arguing that he should have gone slower. The question of interfaith and economical dialogue, strengthening ties with the Muslims, Judaism, Orthodox Christianity, and reaching out to people to promote, peace between the faiths. And most significantly, he apologized several times for the historical Catholic wrongs, including those against indigenous people. He was an advocate for and a defender of immigration and refugee advocacy. He says a supporter of immigrants and criticized anti-immigration policies. There's a statement that I've never forgotten that he said. He said that whoever receives one immigrant receives Christ. I think that was a powerful testimony of what he believed as far as immigration was concerned. Progressive stances, again, whereas of course the world is battling the question of abortions and marriage and the question of gays. On that, of course, needless to emphasize, he was signaling a shift in tone. That, of course, remains a topic that many Christians, even within the church, are struggling with. Then there was the question of global diplomacy and peace efforts, mediating conflicts and facilitating US-Cuba relations. He condemned wars in Ukraine and in Gaza, as Mheshimiwa told us, calling for dialogue and human aid. And of course, that is not to say that he was not criticized. He was criticized by conservatives for diluting the church teachings and more so on things like LGBTQ and stuff like that, while progressively wanting faster reforms. So the conservatives saw it as an affront to them, and those tensions will always be there in all our institutions, whether political, social, or even religious. And of course, some of them were not too happy about the way he handled the abuse scandals and health-related issues and the questions of the, of course, now raising the questions of the future, purpose. And of course, for me, I think the biggest legacy is one of literally redefining the papacy as a force of global moral leadership, emphasizing mercy over dogma, and of course his impact extended beyond Catholicism, and that is why you're seeing the type of outflow that is being influenced today. And so for me, as I hand over the mic back to you, Dibal, I think the question really is one of each and every one of us meditating and asking ourselves, what have you done even on all these areas, even in a small way or even a big way, so that then if every one of us embrace such a philosophy in life, I think the world would be a much better place, a much calmer place, and a much more accommodating globe rather than what we are having today. So thank you, Dibal. I'm excited to be back. Let's get this going.
Thank you. Of course, we can hear that he has left a church marked by his imprint of humility and good nobility of character as well. I want just to also yield the floor now to Professor Macharia Munene, also just to speak briefly on it. Then we buckle down on it because of time. We have a panelist here. I'm getting also a message from Senator Moses Kajwang, who will be joining us momentarily as well. He's just on a tail end of another meeting. As we spoke, for them that are joining us as well, Richard Onyonka was on the road So as soon as it catches a good network, then we'll be also joining the debate. We continue pace. Right, Professor Mashari, over to you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Deba, and all the listeners and speakers. In the matter of Pope Francis, he was a unique man. He did not expect to last this long, 12 or so years, because when he became Pope, he was in a hurry to do a lot of things. He gave himself about 3 years to get things done, but he lasted longer than that. But what stood out in most people, some of the things that came out was the day before he died, he seemingly knew he was going. So he went around saying goodbye to the people. Despite the advice from his doctors to go and sleep, he decided to go out to the field and bless babies and greet people as if he was saying goodbye, that this is the last time. Sure enough, after that, he just went to sleep and he slept permanently. So that came out as something unique in itself. It was not that he did not expect, as far as I'm concerned, he knew he was going. And so he decided to go out in style, saying goodbye to people wherever they were. But more important than that, he became the conscience of the world, the conscience on matters that were pressing, like in 2015 when he issued his environmental encyclical, Laudato Si, saying that the world, the environment is going down, the world is going down, and so everyone has to take position and do something to save the earth. What we now keep on talking about climate change. He raised that issue. It's a very major, serious concern for everyone, and saying that everybody must be involved. Is the other main encyclical, Fratelli Tutti, in 2020, and essentially saying, look, why are people killing each other? It's because they don't treat each other as brothers and sisters. And maybe what you need to do is to adapt an attitude that everyone is a brother and a sister. And if they are brothers and sisters in whatever you do and they do, then the likelihood that you're going to be killing each other is not very high. And he pushed that very hard in across the board so that it can be discussed. And maybe if that is accepted, then we get rid of this idea of monopolizing God, that people think that they can only they have access to God and nobody else has access to God because they are right and everybody else is wrong. And he was opposed to that kind of mentality because in the final analysis, no one knows for sure what God is doing or not doing. And for all that we know, he had his creations, which are quite a lot, and with all these different religions. Maybe those are also the ways of talking to God or reaching God, and maybe God allowed that. At least that was one of the arguments that he made about religious toleration and not thinking that somebody else is less because they profess a different faith. So that interfaith harmony. And we know that he talked to quite a number of people who are of different faiths, not Christian, Muslims, Hindus, whatever, so that he can say, can we reach a common ground so that we can stop killing each other? And with that is the view that you include everybody rather than to exclude people, because the danger to humans is excluding people rather than including everyone. So he went out of his way to do that. Like when he went to Africa and he ended up in a mosque, and there he was begging people there, why are you fighting? What? And then the emotion, the attachment. When it's for a short time, the people there stopped fighting each other and they followed him instead. Became kind of a shepherd. His appeal across the board was great. There is a story about when he went to Cuba, and the president of Cuba, Raul Castro, got worried that if they keep on talking to this fellow, he might return to Catholicism and get away out of communism. Lacy was impressed and very happy about meeting the man, that he was that approachable, that engaging. I know some ministers of other faiths, other denominations rather than faith, who decided to declare the Pope to be one of them instead of being just a Catholic. He was a universal man. And being a universal man, he stands out among the popes. I think one of those popes that comes close to him, or maybe a little higher than Francis, was John the 23rd, the man responsible for Vatican II, which actually opened up the Catholicism. Can it meet on Fridays and interact with other people, and even move away from the idea of monopolizing God or the excluding others. And John the 23rd gets a lot of credit for that, followed, of course, by.
Thank you.
So the whole thing, he was a man of the people. He stands out among the various promoters of Christianity as a faith. When you look at it over the time, there are about 3 or 4 people who stand out. They were not popes, all of them, but people who really made Christianity what it was. And the number one on
Thank you.
everybody.
I know you're a historian. You'll yes, Prof. I know you're a historian. You'll step so deeply into history. But thank you so much, Prof. If I may just butt in, so that for the interest of time, we also just gravitate to other issues. I really do appreciate. You can finish briefly.
Yeah, all I was saying is that the number of people who stand out, really stand out, like Francis, are not very many. You had Saint Paul, you had Constantine, you had Saint Augustine, and then those people who created some divisions stand out for some different reasons. But in the 20th century, he stands out, and that's why people feel attached to him.
Thank you. Of course, thank you, Prof. A great man of controversy, so to speak, swinging on both sides of the divide. The conservatives don't really embrace him fully, and as well, the liberals don't really embrace him fully as well. He has been there in the middle, so to speak, tested the bitterness of utter poverty, as we just have learned from many of the sentiments that have been shared here. I want us just to close up a particular chapter, and I would be remiss if I don't also invite Martin Olo, Haman Manyora, and Professor Gitile as well, just give a one-liner. So, because I think most of the issues are, and also Honorable Dr. Makali Amuli as well, he was on the road, who's joined us as well right now. Over to you. Martin Olo is joining us from India. You got an accent here? How is it over there?
Dibal, this is great to be here. Yes, I'm in New Delhi and picking up. I've just done palak pania. If you know what palak pania is, you'll get to know what it is.
Nice recipe.
Palak pania is spinach and cottage cheese. So that's only. But well, to be back on a serious note, thank you very much, Dibal, and I appreciate what all my colleagues have said. All I want to say is that when we discuss the institution of the papacy or the Pope, I think it's good to be reminded that this is an institution that carries a number of titles. For example, His Holiness the Pope is also the Bishop of Rome, and he is also the Vicar of Jesus Christ, the successor of St. Peter, the Prince of Apostles, the Supreme Pontiff of the Universal Church, and also the Patriarch of West Primate of Italy. So when you're looking at him as the overall Archbishop or the overall Metropolitan of the Roman province, certainly you're looking at also the sovereign of the state of the Vatican City. So you're combining a person who is both a head of a city, a head of a state, and also somebody who in his own time also managed to remove or to remove the semantics around Christianity, the divide between the Catholics and the rest, especially by looking at what you may call the dogma of Christianity, and essentially bringing down the whole discussion around Christianity to the Word of God, the issue of original sin, and the issue of redemption, resurrection, ascension, salvation. Some basic doctrines that have been a problem between the Catholics and others. And perhaps this whole dichotomy around the liberal and conservatism is a question that can be answered, especially in Pope Francis' reign, when you begin to look at him as breaking down the dogma of Christianity to the basics of what Christianity is about. So he brings us closer to Christianity. He tells us about the poor. He tells us about serving others. He tells us about the mind of Christ, that he looked to what Christ will see in him rather than what people or the society will see around him. And as Professor Masharia was saying, in his own belief, he didn't believe that he needed to be around for a very long time. But thanks be to God, he's been around for 12 years. But he has left the Catholic Church certainly different from how he found it. Indeed, we are looking at succession politics around the Catholic Church in a way that we've not seen it before. So that you're not seeing the conservatives wanting to, okay, the conservative wants to take back, but certainly you're seeing the church has moved where you do not want to reverse the clock. So give it to him. He lived in simplicity. He went away in a very simple way. I didn't give him chance once he was in Austria for so long, but he still came out of it. He was able to bless people. And what a great time that he left around Easter Monday. I think from a very Christian perspective, there is so much that one can associate that death and the coincidence with the resurrection of Christ. And that is a subject of historians, particularly Professor Munene and others, to write, but it's also a subject of theologians because there's quite a convergence around there, as well as other predictions and prophecies that may have been there before. The interesting thing is what is going to happen around him, and the name Peter seems to be playing up. That is for another conversation, Debal. Let me just introduce, I've just talked about it. Let me pass on my condolences to the Catholics and to all those who believe in humanity, because really, in Pope Francis, human beings became human. Back to you, Debal.
Right. Thank you. Human beings became human, a tenure of a very voluble Pope, so to speak. Armin Manyora, thank you so much for joining us. The last time you're joining us from Ingo, are you back in Nairobi?
Thank you, Debar, right in the city. Good evening, everybody. Debar, I join the community of Catholic faithfuls and the world in general in celebrating the life of Pope Francis. What ought to be said has been said. I just want to touch on something. I thought that's where Martin was going, perhaps, I don't know. That the Catholic Church, with the passing on of Pope Francis, is engaged with the issue of succession. I may not have a voice, but sometimes a lone, quiet voice may be heard far and wide. I'm challenging the Catholic Church to deal with the dialectics of a church of its nature, a church of all nations. In the 21st century, the Catholic Church must show that it's a church of all nations. It is time for the Catholic Church to think black and to make sure that there is a black pope. I'm aware there have been black popes. This won't be the first, but I'm talking about modern history. And I'm saying, just like America had to deal with the dialectics of asserting itself as the world's largest democracy, where freedoms reside, and yet never having given a black person a chance. They did that with Obama. They still must reckon with the issue of gender. Smaller nations, more conservative countries in the world, including Muslims, have given women chance to be presidents and prime ministers. So the Catholic Church today must deal with the dialectics of showing the world, indeed, the church belongs to all nations. It is time for them to give a black bishop a chance to be the pope of this great church. Let me stop there, Deba, for today.
Thank you. Of course, you raise a pertinent concern when it comes to gender equity. And we've seen him also. He has been very particular and intent when it comes to mainstreaming gender equity in the church. Right now, we understand that some also women can preside over the Eucharist, which has never been, of course, the conventional way of doing things within the Catholicism fraternity. So I think on that particular note, he's open now where there's space for women as well. And Honorable Esther Passares will allude to this as well. I want just to invite Professor Gitile Naituli. We wind up on this particular commiserations. I think it's taken longer than I expected, and Honorable Makali as well. Just briefly, let me begin with you, Honorable Makali. Thank you for joining us. You on the road. Yes, you can tell us. I know you're in church. I don't know if also your persuasion is Catholicism or which denomination. It doesn't matter right now. I think he's a joining force of all religious persuasions right now. He washed and kissed the feet of Muslim and Hindu migrants, and as it were, also carried his own bag. Good evening. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you, Dibal. Good evening, and evening to all the colleagues. I think a lot has been said about the Pope. I'll just summarize in 3 seconds. To me, the most important part of it was his humility. The second one was service to humanity. And the third one was the issue of opening the church to even non-believers. The thing is, Dibal, we are all sinners. And what the Pope was telling us is that none of us is Jesus Christ. On that note, we must accept everyone. And on the basis of that, then he was not a conservative. And I want to write on what Dr. Manyara said, that with now the Pope opening the church, the Catholic Church, it might be the time now to also to think about a black Pope. I submit the bar. Thank you.
Right, it's a pause giver. Think about a black Pope. Professor Gitile Naituli, and of course also I want to extend a hearty welcome to you, Senator Moses Kajwang. Thank you for joining us. I know you held up a beat. We'll give you also the mic to commiserate a bit. Then we wind up on that particular note and drill deeper on some of the issues that we have today, especially on party politics and also the China, Kenya debt trap diplomacy. I yield the floor to you, Professor Gitile Naituli. Briefly, sir. Kindly unmute. Well, if you get it, I told you it's not ready. Senator Moses Kajwang, I yield the floor to you. Good evening, sir. Thank you for joining us from Homa Bay. The last time we spoke, you were reposing on the Agaje, overseeing the shows there. You can tell us more. How are you? Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Dibal, and thank you for inviting me into this conversation. The speakers who have spoken before me are prolific eulogizers. They've done justice to the subject. And I think there isn't much I would add. I was present when the Pope visited Kenya. It was in November 2015. And I do recall that we got an invitation to State House as members of Parliament, National Assembly, and Senate then. And I was extremely awed by his simplicity. I was impressed. I sat in the crowd there as a member of Parliament, looking at this gentleman who presides over such a huge global community and who inspires so many people. I looked at his humility and asked myself, when will we as leaders learn humility at that level? He was a man who never lived for material things. He was a man who never lived for glory and fame. his simplicity was at another level. And so I've had that opportunity of being in a room with the Pope. And I can tell you that just like in the Bible, there was that particular person who went and touched Jesus' garment at the hem. I just didn't touch his garment. I didn't just touch his hem, but I wish I would have touched his hem. Perhaps some of that humility would have rubbed off on me. But maybe just one final thing. The Catholic Church is growing fastest in the global south, particularly sub-Saharan Africa. And I think that if you look at it keenly, Africa could be mourning more than the rest of the world, perhaps because we've got a strong mourning culture. We take our funerals very seriously. And Debal, I think last night I was telling my son that comparing the funeral service of the Pope and the funeral service of the Queen in the past 2 years, we have been fortunate or unfortunate to witness the funeral service of the Queen, who's the head of the Church of England, and the funeral service of the Pope, who's the head of the Catholic Church. And I can tell you that the funeral service of the Pope was not as extravagant as that of the Queen. But coming back to Africa, if you look at Kenya, the Catholic Church contributes to close to 30% of health facilities and health services, almost a similar percentage when it comes to educational facilities, leave alone other social services that they deliver. And so I think we want to, or personally, I would love to appreciate the contribution the church has made under the leadership of the late Pope in ensuring continuity in health education programs, because he might have decided to do what Trump did and say that our job is evangelism, our job is not health, our job is not education, but he did not. And during his leadership, he was faced with serious challenges, serious issues that challenged even faith. The LGBTQ debate came up, and it was rife when he was Pope. The issue of women empowerment came up, it was rife when he was Pope. Even though there's not been any definitive solution to that, as far as Catholic dogma is concerned, we hope that the new Pope who comes in will provide clarity on those matters. Finally, Dibal, just last week, the Supreme Court in the UK gave a detailed ruling and judgment on the question of who is a woman. A very interesting judgment. And I'd be happy to see how the Catholic Church also takes up that judgment and makes it part of its directives. And really, even in the funeral service yesterday, I remember commenting that I didn't see the faces of the women who served the church. It was mainly the men, the cardinals, the archbishop, the bishops, the priests, and the fathers. So we hope that increasingly, the Catholic Church will continue to embrace the other gender that comprises more than 50% of the global population. Thank you.
Thank you indeed for those sentiments. You raise a very interesting perspective there, even as we continue to commiserate the doing good of the church. That is the arm where, should we say, the corporate social responsibility of the church as well, giving back to the society. He epitomized that. He epitomized the Micah 6:8, I think, scripture there, which says that he has shown all mortal what is good and what does the Lord require of you, to act justly and to love mercy and walk humbly with your God. And talking of those issues that are very pertinent, we know right now we're living in very interesting times where we have where ambiguity, I should say, is the new truth. And you can see where the world is headed, where we can't even define who a woman is. Very significant ruling, as you mentioned, in the UK there, where they define that sexuality is binary, male and female. That goes a long way, and he stood for that. And I think one of the sentiments that was picked as well from his side was, "Who am I to judge? Who am I to judge?" And this is where we have all this secular expressions having also challenging religious sensitivities as well in the epoch of our time that we are living in. Professor Gitela Naituli, I know you could be having a very different view of all that we're talking on this when it comes to religion as well. Just briefly, let's hear your sentiment, just briefly, sir, so that we can wind up.
Well, yes, I think I want to associate myself with those who have spoken. But it was funny though hearing Esther Passares saying that by totally devoting himself, the Pope devoting himself to serve others, even forgot to go to Argentina, because that's how the leaders behave. I think Esther should take that opportunity and probably make herself a leader and make the other Kenyans do the same. Because she demonstrated extreme love for the people. Here, what we have is the leader who leaned for themselves in this country. They don't lean for anyone else. Because if they did, then you wouldn't be having all the things that we see. Having, for example, I can see you have written here, reviving party politics. There would be parties that believe in something and they stay there and believing in that thing until they have it. We don't have that because the parties are vehicles. You have written here, Kenya, China, and the trouble diplomacy. Nobody will be borrowing money to build a railway when there is no road. You put the road down before you can build a railway. But you want 10% or 30%. So you give us a white elephant like the one we're having now. And then they want to have another white elephant to Western Kenya. I mean, if you live in Nairobi, you know the miracle, the road, the Eastern bypass created, you know. When that road was built, there was nothing there. The land prices went up. Now we have cities like Amakis. We have a whole economic, that place now is probably producing half of Nairobi economy. So what the road can do, the railway definitely cannot do that, especially when we have nothing to export. In fact, if you are going to build a railway at all, you probably lease the land to China. So that, because it is them who should want their important materials by Uganda, Congo, to reach their destinations quickly so that they can import more. But what are we doing instead? All the things that we are not supposed to be doing. And so, hoping the Pope would make us great human beings. But I will remind you of what Argentina did. Argentina, of course, it's not that it stands alone in the world, because, I mean, you know what the Europeans basically did in America. They basically committed a genocide against the American Indians, against the Aboriginals in Australia. Now Argentina, after the emancipation, when the slavery was basically outlawed, they decided to kill every black person so that they can have a white country. I think the Pope should have gone back to Argentina and remind them that that was crime against humanity. Of course, he loved the world. He didn't go there. I'm not so sure if he ever
Thank you.
even talked about it. So there is all this stuff you can, you know, talk about. And but you know, he lived the Christ message, the message of giving yourself for humanity. I think Pope Francis did that, and if we can borrow that, especially for the Kenyan leadership, and change our consciousness and start loving our people, then I think we can build a better Kenya. Thank you. Asante
Right.
sana.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof, for your sentiments as well, and taking us down memory lane, dialing back the time machine to just remind us some of the atrocities in history. And just earlier, if you joined us, well, Boshomba had expressed her regrets that she could not be able to join us today. She was just on the road, or also her phone was actually going off, so it needed to be powered, and she doesn't have the necessary of course, tools, that is the cables and all, to join us this evening, but she promises to be with us next weekend. So I want us just to buckle down to the discussion of the day, because we've taken a lot of time on this. Today, we don't want to keep our guests for long. I've seen also some of the Gen Zs, they want to speak, and they always say, of course, you let the politicians talk for long, and then they sign off. We left now to just ask questions to ourselves. So we want also just to give them a handy opportunity to do that. And I want us just to, first of all, begin with the crucial topic that we wanted to discuss with what is happening with the China debt trap diplomacy. In an era that is defined by escalating global rivalries, as we just indicated earlier when we began, China debt trap diplomacy has emerged as one of the most controversial forces reshaping the developed world. You know, the stories of Sri Lanka, loss of Ambatota port, to Pakistan's mounting CPEC debts. If you may remember, China's strategic development, I think, of infrastructure loan under the Belt and Road Initiative has sparked a fierce debate. Is it genuine development aid or a calculated quest for geopolitical leverage? And we find ourselves also in this smack dab in the middle of this with the tour of the president, where we had also media saying that he's coming with goodies. Are they really goodies? Or we have also inside, tangled web of, traps that we want to unravel today, as President William Ruto signed these deals, including the revival of the long-stalled Naivasha-Malaba standard gauge railway at a staggering 654 billion shillings. Questions loom large about Kenya's financial sovereignty, transparency, and strategic future. And this is where I want us to also bring in Honorable Makali, because he sits in the Finance Committee, and he can give us the current state of play of where we are. And Senator Kajwang as well will help us on this in the Public Accounts Committee, just to set the tone rolling, and Esther Pasaris as well, to just give us also a clear indication of where we are. We know the audience debt. There's some people who've moved to court right now to challenge that. We've had the Auditor General indicating that we do not have the actual figure of what Kenya really owes the world. And so this is a worrying state of play when we hear these voices from significant officers challenging where we are as far as the debt issue is concerned. It's never been clear. It's been a huge debate moving forward. Now, given this 654 billion shillings budget from Naivasha Malaba SDR expansion, and of course, Kenya contributing 30% of the China Exim Bank, another 30%, is Kenya edging dangerously closer to another debt trap? Or is this a calculated strategic move? Honorable Makali, let me just begin with you so that you can paint a picture for us, and then we move forward. Briefly. Remember to unmute if you're speaking, please. Honorable Makali.
Hello. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes. You're still on the road?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm on the road.
Okay.
That's why I was very brief, even in my first contribution.
Yes.
But now I think now I'm okay.
Yes, please.
But maybe before I even get to the issue of the public debt, I've checked at the poster which you sent, and there's a serious misrepresentation.
I agree. You
I'm indicated to be the senator for the senator for Nyamira.
Forgive our graphics, guys. Yeah.
So I think it's good to correct that. Oh, now,
yes.
Matters public debt, Dibao. We all know public debt has become an issue of public concern. And this is because even though we always claim to be not having any issues as a country, I think we almost get to a debt distress. And the reason why we are getting concerned about public debt is because, like, currently we are about 11 trillion of borrowing. If you compare that with our GDP, which is about 16 trillion, you realize that public debt is almost eating over about 70%. And that has serious implications to our economy. Implication number one is that it leaves very minimal fiscal space for other development activities, because as per our laws, public debt is charge number 1 when it comes to consolidated funds services. So you pay your debt number 1 before you pay anything else. And what has happened is, if you, for every 100 shillings we are collecting, is that we are doing almost 30%. There's only 70 shillings going for debt repayment and servicing, and then that is interest plus principal, and the remaining that is what you share for recurrent and development. And on a serious note, we have said many times that there are very high chances that this country, we are borrowing to meet recurrent expenditure when you do the mathematics. And that is very serious. And if you listen to what Professor Naituri said, borrowing generally is not a bad thing. And I've said many times that borrowing is not a bad thing. But what determines whether you're doing the right thing or wrong is, what are you borrowing for? And what are you using the money you borrow to do? I think we have gotten that analogy of the SGR, where we are saying we did a very beautiful railway line from Mombasa to Nairobi. But what returns is it giving to the country? I remember at one point, as a committee, we were getting concerned that we are even using Kenyan resources to meet some of the expenses of this SGR. And I think that is a big concern. So what we are saying, Jabal, is that as Kenyans, we need to think seriously about what are we borrowing for, and after borrowing, are we in a situation where come 20 or 30 years when we are paying that money, we have generated enough resources to repay the loan? There's a very basic principle of borrowing, and this is also captured in our constitution, that as you borrow, you must think about what we call the intergenerational equity, so that borrowing today, you don't overburden our future generations. And I think that's something we have really not considered much. And that's why you see, when it gets to repayment of loans in this country, we have to borrow again to repay a loan, like the Eurobond of 2014, which was paid last year. Is it last year or only this year? Yeah, last year, sorry. You realize that for us to pay that amount, we had to borrow again so that we pay the 2014 Eurobond. Now, what is very interesting about, and I think it's good the listeners listen to this, we borrowed at a higher interest rate than the 2014 Eurobond, and we borrowed for a shorter repayment period. So what it means is that within a very short time, we will be expected to pay back the loan we have borrowed, which is at a high interest rate and at a shorter repayment period. So generally, I would say that for me, public debt, if we don't manage it well, this is going to be really the endeavor which is going to clear this country. So what is the way forward? The way forward is before you borrow, you need to carry out very well-documented feasibility studies to determine whether what you are borrowing for is viable. And if the feasibility study confirms that it's viable, the second thing you need to do is, once you get the money, then you use the money for intended purposes. We have said many times, this public knowledge, that even the loans we are borrowing, we are not sure whether we are using the money for intended purposes. You remember at one point, the Auditor General did say that the Euro bond of 2014, they were not even sure whether that money got to Kenya, to our consolidated fund account, so that it can be followed keenly by the Auditor General. The other thing to think about borrowing, which is critical, is that where we are actually at the edge. And what is likely to happen if we don't manage our debt properly, and we get to a debt distress, then to get out of that trap, what we call the debt trap, will not be easy for this country. So for me, even as we borrow more from China, we have to be very careful so that whatever we borrow is going to in the future we'll be able to pay without really struggling as a country. The other matter which we have been picking as members of parliament when it comes to issues of public debt is that the level of negotiation of these debts at times we get to a level where we negotiate for debts and we are not ready for implementation. So if you look at the accounts, you realize that there's so much money we are paying in terms of what we call commitment fee. Commitment fee is money which you pay for loans you have signed for, and you are not drawing in terms of you using the money. I remember the year 2014, this country paid about 580 billion as commitment fee every year. So you can imagine, it means we are paying about $1 billion in terms of commitment fee for loans we have signed for, and we have not started drawing down the resources for implementation, which means really, to me, this is what I call financial bad manners. And we must improve our manners in terms of managing public finances, because the law demands prudent management of public resources. And if we don't get it right, I can tell you for sure, we are in problems as a country, and we need all of us as Kenya to say enough is enough, so that we get our value for money matters public debt. So I will be contributing ways to continue the bow, but these are the preliminaries I thought it's important I share with the members and my colleagues, so that we tackle this issue of public debt as a team. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Makali Muli, there for those sentiments, just giving us a clear indication of where we are. We are actually not out of the woods as we know it, and we've been talking a good game about this. But I want just to come to you straight, Esther Pasaris, and ask you, and also maybe Senator Kajwang, you can be mulling over this, and Joshua Kipto briefly. As China and Kenya celebrate 62 years of diplomatic relations, the question becomes then, is the spirit of partnership truly a win-win, as President Ruto insists, or is Kenya ceding too much economic and political leverage to Beijing? Briefly.
Okay, I mean, Dibal, the way I see it, I think we need to obviously get our debt levels down, and I believe that the president promised that he would try and make sure that we do bring our debt levels down in terms of our GDP. We are, according to the IMF, we should be at 50%, and we are at 70%. Of course, that leaves very little room for us to be able to grow our economy and to develop and to do projects. I think we need an overall overhaul of how we manage debt. We need to obviously curb the big elephant in the room, which is corruption. But for me, debt is not bad. And especially the kind of debt that I see the president going for, which is the public-private partnerships. But even in public-private partnerships, we got to negotiate very good deals for our own country. You know, sometimes you might negotiate a bad deal and the country suffers. So, for instance, if you got to put up a railway line, okay, like that's one of the big projects, the SGR going all the way to beyond Kisumu. What we need to make sure is that the repayment is within the stipulated time to repay that debt. All right, because these are investors coming in with their money. Obviously, they want to make a profit, but let them not make an over profit for the country, out of the country. Because if we can pay something back in 30 years, it shouldn't be leased out for 60 years. So we have to be patriotic. I think patriotism is the key ingredient to everything that we do as civil servants, as leaders, loving our country and not committing the future generations, because these future generations are our children. All right. And also negotiating deals that will not put us in the place that Sri Lanka found itself. All right. I believe that China and Kenya have got a good relationship. It spans many years and it's a solid relationship. But we also, if we negotiate weak, then of course, nobody's going to try and tell you, oh, this is a better deal for you. Okay. So we've got to put the right people on the table to negotiate the best deal for Kenya. And how do you get that? You get that by thinking passionately and patriotically about your country, the people in your country, and the future of your country. So for me, public-private partnerships is the way to go. It means that somebody else is putting the investment and recouping the investment. But let the time period of recouping also not be exploitative, and also make sure that the quality of the work that is going to come for the country is going to be superior. You know, we've got a country that was respected in the region, and I think we need to regain that lost glory. I think of Nairobi County. In the 1950s to the 1970s, Nairobi County was so cash liquid that even the British government would give them unlimited credit. And the reason, and Nairobi used to even lend neighboring African countries money because they were so cash liquid, they were so efficient, they had fantastic management and controls. So the question is, what is making us not have those systems and those structures, right? I think we need to also pay a lot of attention to the Office of the Auditor General. She's not an enemy of the government. She's a person, I mean, the office, that particular office is there to keep us in check. The oversight department of the of parliament, we do a lot of reports and we give them all to the anti-corruption to and the DPP to actually do the necessary, but then it sits on desk. So we need to be serious about dealing decisively with corruption, and then also making sure that we tighten our belts. We only have expenditure that is going to benefit the citizens of this country, benefit them in terms of education, benefit them in terms of health, benefit them in terms of housing, that benefit them in terms of water in their taps and not through cartels. This country has been taken captive by a lot of cartels. How do we break the cartels? I believe that to love our country, and if we want to criticize things that are going wrong in our country, we've got to be careful that we're in an era where I've woken up one night and I see a headline for the Standard newspaper, and in the morning I buy the Standard newspaper and it's not the headline that I saw at night. So we've got a lot of fake headlines, people who don't love this country, who are trying to destabilize this country, a lot of fake news, letters that are being printed that are not even officially from government officers. So we're in an era where we will not know what to trust and not to trust. But I believe sincerely that the country was not, the country's problems are not things that started with Ruto's tenure. The country's problems are things that started from independence. We lost the track, we lost the passion, we lost the patriotism. How do we regain it? And patriotism is not just about leaders. The country leadership is a reflection of the population. So we need to change it from the grassroots all the way to the top. If we don't change the grassroots attitudes towards leadership, then we're not going to be able to change the leaders. So for me, it's love our country and understand that we are in a bad place, but we've got to develop. We've got to get private partners. We've got to be able, all the projects that the president has negotiated. For me, when I saw Intercontinental and Hilton, 5-star hotels that have been shut down and not doing well, and not having investors. If we get those investors, it's jobs for our people. So let us not always criticize. I believe that we have to understand that there will always be opposition for everything. And some of the things that we need to get done in this country, the more we oppose, the more we sink backwards. We've got to be able to progress. I understand we need accountability. I understand we need governance. But let us not let that be the reason for us to stagnate. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Thank you, Esther, for just also the sobering reminder that this one goes way back in history. It doesn't just happen in the current state of play that we are in. It is rooted back in history as well. Joshua Kipto, I don't know what your sentiments would be, because the question that I had asked as well, are we heavily reliant on Chinese infrastructure funding, and is it sustainable long term? Especially when we look at Kenya's export to China, the balance of trade, right? China stands at a mere 30. Kenya's export to China stands at a mere 30 billion shillings compared to China's 600 billion shillings worth of imports into the country. You think we actually on an even keel, or when will we be on an even keel given those figures?
Thank you very much, Dibal, for that question. One, I think any government that was coming post-Jubilee administration of 10 years, it was a question of how to manage debt and dealing with the overload of debt for 10 years, because we were on a debt binge for 10 years. And China was the biggest creditor for the country. And definitely there was no way any government post-22 would wish to unshackle themselves from China. And if you could see, the policy of Kenya Kwanza regime the first 2 years, they kind of went cool on China. We were more pro-Western. The president appeared to pivot back the relation or matters to do with trade and foreign relations to the West. And if you remember the last state visit before this current one, there isn't much to write home. The one that happened, I think, I don't know if it is 2023 or 24, it didn't go too well because the Chinese kind of gave us a cold shoulder, because it appeared then that we were literally being pro-American under the Biden regime. So if we are to use the experience of the past 2 years, we haven't gained much from pivoting away from China. In any case, them being our biggest creditor, it would mean how best once you have a creditor who more or less is the dominant creditor on the table, it's a question of how best you handle the relation. So I would consider it in two ways. One, it would be important and good enough to reconfigure that relation so that if we can restructure some of the debts that are coming due, it can give a bit of legroom for the government to be able to do a few things. And I think the purpose of this latest visit was to do that. Secondly, you've raised a very important point about the trade imbalance, which is the case across board, not just China, but generally. If you look at our books, our trade imbalance, especially with the bigger powers, is always skewed. We actually do well with our neighbors, Uganda, Tanzania, South Sudan, and the rest. But when it comes to big powers like China, for example, the imbalance is super huge. I think as a country or as a nation, I try to look at every time there's a state visit by the president. Most of the time, when it comes to those big nations, we always focus on investments. We focus on what the two countries can share, and the difference would be how then do we follow up and make it happen. If you saw the promises that the president shared, MOUs signed with China, then quite a bit would be that it is something to say that maybe it can start changing that demographic or that figure that you give of 30 versus 600. But do we really follow through and make that happen? I saw Can Invest sharing the number of deals that they have signed. But the biggest problem is never about signing the deals. The biggest problem is how many of those deals actually happen. How many of those actually come to pass. If I can use one case study, I think the avocado farmers, if any of the listeners here is an avocado supplier or exporter, they can best even give a contribution on this. Because for a long time, it was even difficult for Kenyan avocado to access the Chinese market. And it took quite a bit of negotiations, follow-ups. They gave a lot of rules, phytosanitary conditions, and the rest. And as at the time it came to pass, I can't speak authoritatively about the status now. That was just one case study. That would have been a very easy slam dunk, but it took quite a bit of time, and it was complicated. It was not straightforward as it seems. That was one case study of we are big in promises, we are big in projections, but making it happen, it is imbalanced because on the part of the bigger power, once they sign up with you and they say they'll do something to their benefit, they efficiently deliver on their part, so that if there's anything we've signed up about getting from them for their benefit, they will not hesitate, they'll show up. But when it comes to on our part, vis-a-vis achieving what we think we should get from them, for example, exports and all that, it takes a long time. So something that has been trending the past few days. Some comments attributed to a Vietnamese person of high ranking. I don't know if it was an investor or something, and he mentioned how Kenya does not lack per se political will or human resource. His concern was we never make things happen. Like we have everything going except that the doing bit, the efficiency needed of our country to get things done. And I think if the president can be able to look back, I always keep saying, do we audit what we have signed up to? Do we audit the MOUs? That would be a very different story. I was lucky to briefly serve in the trade CS office for a period of 6 months, and I saw how difficult or how we let things slip through our fingers. This is how it works. You plan a state visit or a foreign visit. It takes 2-3 months or even a year to crunch the details in terms of what are the askings, what are the things you're going to to offer, what are the pitches we are going to make, which are the sectors we are putting on the table, how are we selling our country. So it takes quite a bit, and I want to really, really appreciate the government bureaucracy. This, we always forget the mid-level bureaucrats. They actually do a lot. The professionals within the ministries, across the ministries, those ones that have been in government for 10-15 years, they do a very fine job. They write down, they crunch down. For example, if the president is visiting Qatar, or is visiting, for example, the US, they'll crunch down all the details. Where have we on trade negotiations? What are the things that Kenya can gain? They give all those details. Then bilateral discussions happen at the ministerial level or at the principal secretary level between the two countries, trying to get things over the line. Once it is crunched and it is clear these are the things that when the president is visiting is going to ask, the documents are shared in advance, the drafts are shared, so that what happens is that when the president goes, there's a question of signing. What I realized and what I noted during my short stint at the trade ministry is that once we go for such a visit, whether it's led by the cabinet secretary or the president, everyone works super hard to get everything in place, very well documented, MOUs clearly drafted, taken through the Attorney General for approval, and every detail checked. Once the president lands, because the president is basically there for a day or two, everything will be signed, there'll be photos, and there'll be everything. And they'll be super happy. You'll see how the comms work. That's why you see the communication about these are the things we are getting from them. Then I noticed after that, everyone goes back super happy, feeling that they have delivered. But then the story that follows after is that no one you don't see the same energy and impetus of saying, now that these things were signed, now that these MOUs were promised, what happens to them? What timelines have we put that we can do an audit within a month, within quarterly, half a yearly or yearly? None. Until the next visit. Next visit, more photos, more conversation. So that what then we lack is our ability to make it happen, to efficiently put to paper, and more importantly, to make it a reality. So that this imbalance you see makes a difference. So that once the Chinese sign with us, for example, they'll promise they'll come do SGR, they'll do that and that. If it is to their benefit, you don't doubt, they'll show up. When we agreed with them for them to do SGR, it took them 2 years under the first Jubilee administration, and they did it because it was 100% to their benefit. It was a loan to Kenya. The machinery was theirs, the workforce was theirs, the financial was Chinese, everything was Chinese. And you could see in 2 years their bit was done. But for us, how much effort and energy do we put? So my thinking would be this imbalance can be corrected, and that can only come with efficiency. I'm very happy that the part of the president is basically to get those over the line, because it is only at the presidential level that you negotiate such. And the president has done himself by negotiating such. What then makes the difference should be, and then the bureaucracy or the ministry or the ministries, the line ministries pick up and say, this is our work, and we have to make it happen. If there's a way our government had checks in terms of delivery checks, it would make a whole difference, whereby we then sit and say, these are the things we agreed. We said there'll be Chinese investments in 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 areas. What were the timeline? Have we gone out of our way through our agencies to facilitate? If you talk about agriculture sector, who is holding that file? What has Agriculture Ministry done to make it a reality and to quicken the implementation, so that there can be a nexus between promises, MOUs, and the actual doing? So that's what I think is an issue. But more importantly, generally, to finish up on the question you raised, China is important. There's no way we can avoid to deal with them. So the twin benefits we can have, and that's why this state visit I think was super important, is I think I interpret it from the fact that there's been a pivot away from the West because of the realities that have now happened in terms of elections of Donald Trump. Joe Biden was a different president, and I think the president had a solid relationship with the former ambassador Meg Whitman, and Meg Whitman at some point was even touted to be the Kenya's main trade ambassador, because she did a lot in trying to promote Kenyan US investment into Kenya and ensuring a solid bilateral relationship between US and Kenya. But with Trump coming in and his tariff wars, it is anyone's guess. So I think with that, I think that's a major motivation that has now jolted the Kenya Kwanza regime to now pivot back to where we've been the last 15 or 20 years. Because the pivoting east started with Kibaki, Uhuru perfected it. William Ruto tried to pivot away, tried to see west. That's why he was very heavy. If you'll see his first 2 years, most of the travels, whether bilateral or politically foreign in nature, were mostly to Western countries, Europe, the US, and the rest. But with the re-emergence or with the re-entry of Trump as the president and his tariff wars, whereby he does not discriminate between allies and foes, for him it's America first. Kenya being among others, there's no preferential treatment we can have. For example, are you aware, for example, AGOA is coming to an end, and there's no indication that AGOA will be renewed? For Trump, as you've seen how he operates on a free trade agreement basis, whereby it's a quid pro quo. If you give me a tariff of 15%, then I'll give you a tariff of 15%. And for Kenya versus US, that doesn't work. We are a smaller market compared to the US. There's no way we can compete with the US on an equal footing. Super huge gap between the two of us. Kenya, and just like any other least developed countries or mid-level countries or above income countries, we always rely on the preferential trade agreements with bigger powers like the US. But with Donald Trump, as you've seen, that is not his policy. So just to finish up, you'd understand the motivation towards pivoting towards China. So China becomes important. It's basically to reset. And one of the first askings or the gates we can have is basically to slow down on the debts that are coming due, because quite a number of debts that we've signed with them are coming due. That is one. But number two, trying to get more investment. The government is equally under pressure to put or to get going on some development projects, because thanks to the 7 out of 10 shillings that are used to pay interest and debt-related charges, no much development money remains. So you need a financier like China who can restructure a bit of your debt, but also offer some reprieve by giving you a bit of grants and also a bit of more debt to do now development, but in a more friendlier way, now that there's already an existing relationship. That, I believe, would be the basis why you'll see the president and the regime now heading back east. And I think this trip was successful. But the biggest lesson is how different can we deal? Can we then go away beyond this, whatever the signing, the MOUs, to now the actual, the way Chinese are efficient in getting their things done once they put pen to paper? Can we also borrow the same and do the same? Thank you.
Thank you, Joshua Kipto, for those sentiments. I just want to cross over to Martin Olo and ask you, because we saw something that while the president was courting China in Beijing, we had John Berdy also in Washington negotiating with Bretton Woods institutions. So I just was inclined to wonder, what does this tell us about Kenya's hedging strategy? And can it succeed in today's polarized world order? As we can see it, just as we mentioned, we have tariffs, the trading wars is on, and this is where we're caught in between right now. Maybe we're losing favor with the current administration when we're talking about West. We had actually now relegated the East, far away, talk to my hand, so to speak. But right now we're trying to invest them. So what does this really portend? We are looking at this particular picture. Martin Law?
Thank you, Dibal. I've heard what Joshua was saying. I think he's run over very many ideas and at the risk of losing us. I think let's go back to the issue. The relationship between Kenya and China has been long in coming. In fact, it's a historical relationship. Much as Kenya has been Western leaning, it has never been Western leaning at the exclusion. Kenya has toyed around with the issue of non-aligned, and Kenya has toyed around with the issue of, excuse me, looking east and west at the same time. And so this is not very strange. Even as we were visiting with Trump, with Joe Biden, and Joe Biden was giving the president a kind of an unfettered aid and agreements and support, making us a very important ally to NATO and so on. Our relationship with China was still one that was warm. It wasn't very warm, but it was warm. What we have seen is a near shift towards China because of the kind of policies that we are seeing now happening in Washington. Even as we go back to the Bretton Woods institutions, we also know that those institutions have been buffeted and are likely to be affected by the Washington policies. It may not have very heavy repercussions as of now, but certainly there are certain language that they are being asked not to think about, issues of climate, financing, and so on. So basically, even the Bretton Woods institutions will get checked and perhaps will be aligned, especially the IMFs of the world. They may have to go back to their basics and work on stabilization rather than try to overreach themselves with conditions and so on. The World Bank also may have to be checked. So going to them is important because we still have facilities with them and we need a few things sorted out. Going to China is critical in the sense that China comes to us with a mix of things, the PPPs, and looking at efficiency And perhaps also looking at the gap that is existing right now between China and the US and in respect to the tariffs. So China is looking to friends. China is looking to do business with people that it can work with. And China is looking to build allies. It's building allies where the US is abandoning allies and more or less kicking everybody that has been working with them, including some of their own beliefs over the years, in the face. So it's kicking them and telling them, we don't care. We are going back to nationalism. We don't care about multilateralism. We don't care about bilateralism unless it's reciprocal. If you give us no tariff, we give you no tariff. But even if you are not giving us any tariffs, we have the liberty to impose 40%, 25%. So there is a way in which the US is behaving that is simply propelling and perhaps allowing the China to roll out its jugular. Its jugular is critical because it needs to have allies. It's critical because it needs to occupy the space. Indeed, there are some other dynamics that have since happened, and they have to do with the global trade and the shift in terms of money transfer and so on, so that you're looking at what China is trying to do with the rest of the bloc and the swiftness around which currency is being exchanged and transactions are going on, and the fact that this is being done not necessarily pegged on the dollar. And at the end of the day, the US is the loser here. If at all you look at it that way, I don't know what the policymakers in the US are thinking about, but certainly at the end of the day, China has an opportunity to get a foothold. And what a way of doing so other than to get hold of Kenya at a time such as this, give us a befitting welcome, and perhaps allow us to agree on quite a number of programs that will make us work together with the Chinese for a while. Now, give it to them. The Chinese have a level of efficiency. The Chinese have a level of delivery and a level of investment around infrastructure that is unparalleled. Forget about what the West have been doing, talking about softer issues of democracy, softer issues of governance, which Donald Trump is abandoning, and he's saying, look, to hell with those things. Everybody should be left on their own. The Chinese do not have an issue with those things. They simply want us to work on infrastructure and think about governance and other things, leave those ones to the national states to deal with them, and not necessarily to the Chinese. So I have no problem with this shift, and whether we are looking to East or West, yes, we must continue to balance it out. But ultimately, we must do business with the person who is ready to do business with us. It appears China is ready to do business with us, the US isn't. So what the president is doing, looking to the East, is absolutely pragmatic and the right thing to do for a head of state and government. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Martin Olo. Let me just seal the floor to you, Ken Jirobit, then we'll be followed by Senator Kajwang to just give his sentiments regarding what is happening. The issue of NDCs, when we are signing all these deals, we have no sorting idea what we are signing in as a country. And we've had this before, even from the presidential campaigns platforms, that when we get to power, we'll actually disclose what are some of these indices that we have, contractual agreements with China. But that hit a chipping wire. We saw it never happened because, of course, this is indices. And since you've agreed not to reveal, it has to be bound like that. And who are negotiating on behalf of the country? We have also people who have the requisites, knowledge and expertise on negotiating for this country, because this is not the first time that we're suffering this. We've seen also on the legal framework as well, when we had issues with Kenya and Somalia regarding the Indian Ocean, and where Somalia was claiming a bit of it as we know it. And I know Professor also Mashara Munene is here, and Peter Kagwanja as well will talk about largely on it. But the question is then, do we really have a good grip on the NDCs? And when it comes to those disclosure, because I understand right now that we have a case pending because the presidential task force that was put there by President Ruto or the public debt audit, that is the public debt audit task force. That had, of course, been quashed and stopped by the courts. And the High Court also extended orders suspending the establishment of the Presidential Task Force for the forensic audit of the country's public debt. So that has been extended until May. That is next month on the 28th. And I was just wondering, when we have a presidential task force on auditing the debt, why are we also still steeping ourselves in debt before we have a clear report of where we are as a country? Kenjero, over to you briefly, then we'll be followed by Senator Kajwang and Professor Getsin and Aiswali. Briefly.
Thank you, Dibal. And as I listened to Joshua Kipto, he sounds, he chops the logic very well. But I can assure you, given what has been happening, not only under the Ruto regime, but since independence, we will never be able to pay these debts. In fact, we will just go deeper and deeper. And to some point in time, it will move from 70 in terms of what we are paying to even 90, simply because the question that should balance that debt is not being addressed. And that's the question of productivity. And I'll talk to that a bit. But before I even say that, I think it is actually, sometimes I think it is even treasonous that we do not even have a debt register. Kenyans don't even know how much we owe and to who we owe and who took that money and where it went and how it was used. And by extension, what it is being applied to the cent. Sometimes, I have no facts, but sometimes you'll hear people saying money came in, it didn't even land in Kenya. Is that true? And what does it mean for our children? What have we done to our children? Because, by the way, as we sit here and talk, whether we are part of the government or on the outside, and we don't resolve this thing, what we put is chains on the throats of our children. Now, for me, I think what is critical is to understand why debt even in the first place, even before we talk about these odious things. Simply because we are not producing. And we're not even being strategic with what we have. For instance, let me give you just a straight line example. Coffee. Today, my people, I come from Kirinyaga, are celebrating because we're being paid about 140 shillings a kilogram of coffee. If you work backwards to the UK today, you will find that a cup of coffee that uses 10 grams of coffee is 3.2 pounds, which is about 416 shillings. If you prolate that outwards to 1 kilogram of coffee, you're saying that by the time those companies, whether you call them Starbucks or whatever you call them, are selling 1 kilogram of coffee, they are making 41,600 shillings. But when that same kilogram of coffee is being paid to the farmer in Kenya, it is 140 shillings. Now I ask myself, is it rocket science to sell a cup of coffee? And I'm simply saying, I think the leadership in African countries across the board, I think they've been jokers. They've not understood what it means to run countries and to even harness, should I say, the creativity of a people. Look at a company, for instance, like Apple Incorporated, started in 1976. They are making $100 billion net. That is 13 billion Kenya shillings. Meaning, if Apple came to Kenya today, we would pay our national debt, which is we would pay our national debt. Which is 11 trillion shillings. We would build the Nairobi Expressway, 88 billion shillings. We would build LAPSET, 4 trillion shillings. We would basically resort all our problems out of the productivity of one company. And so sometimes I ask myself, why don't we just shut down everything we are doing and buy Apple shares and go sit under trees, so that then we are not being clever with chopping logic. The Chinese are doing this, the who are doing that, and at the end of the day, that our true essence as a people is not basically being applied. And so for me, when we talk about debt, and I don't have the details of what it is or even how they are chopping it, one thing I do know, if we do not change the way we think, if the people in this country are not mobilized to be productive, so that then what we are building is a babysitter state, we convince our people that we can give them everything for free education, free housing, free this. No country has ever been able to do that. And even if we are going to give it for free, then people are working. And indeed, after they work, they are taxed, because the truth is, in some of these countries, like the Scandinavian countries, they really pay tax to a very high level. But when they pay the tax, it is not stolen. And so for me, this thing of debt really spins my head. when I hear Mtata talking about odious debt, and he's fighting a war almost alone to get us to understand what is happening, I wonder what there's something that needs to change, and to change fundamentally at the level of the citizen and at the level of the leader. And if I may be even a bit more atomistic, in my village today, yes, we are talking about Gen Z, but many of them don't even want to work on those farms. So what are we going to do to make them productive so that we're even able to pay these debts? How are we going to use our embassies? Sometimes when I look at these embassies, and it's not just Ruto, when they pick a politician who's basically failed and then send him to an embassy, and that embassy is should be our economic outpost, I wonder, will we ever be able to move? And so for me, Dibal, my question is, how do we ensure that we pay this debt? And we're not going to pay it the way we are operating now. It is not going to happen. We must mobilize ourselves, especially in terms of productivity. We must mobilize ourselves with global cooperation. For example, this China we are talking about, when we talk about companies coming to build, like even SGR, the company that comes is literally a government company, or to a large extent funded by the government. Why can't the Kenya government fund Joshua Kipto to go and sell coffee at 41,000 shillings abroad? I think our model is a model that needs to change. What we are doing is not sustainable. Running to China, getting 140 billion shillings, 140 billion shillings, that's peanuts. In fact, it doesn't amount to anything in terms of some of the projects we're talking about. We're talking about Chinese coming to show us how to rear chickens. Surely, what are we talking about? And so for me, apart from establishing what it is that we owe, and the need to establish the odious debt so that then we don't have to pay what we don't have to pay, I think the whole question of mobilizing ourselves as a country and having open conversations on what this debt with everybody, I think is very important. We cannot just have citizens sitting back, not being productive, or at any rate somebody's 10%, working at 10% of his productivity, expecting free things, and then you say the government won't borrow. It will borrow. It will borrow because it must fill in these gaps of ensuring that Kenya is running. The army is paid, the civil service is paid, and everything is taken care of. And because we constantly talk development without building business, then we find ourselves in a vortex we cannot come out of if we do not change our thinking. And so for me, Dibal, that question of culture change in terms of the way we think, work, and play is very important. And for me, I have argued severally that the biggest problem in this country is the people side of the change. Since independence, we've been working on institutions, we've been working on the constitution, but we've never sat to ask ourselves, what does it mean to be a Kenyan? How do we contribute? And I parallel that to what we call German ingenuity and German efficiency, Japanese efficiency. What do we say when we talk about Kenyans? Are we efficient? Do we work? Do we even want to work? Or do we just want to eat? So that it's our turn to eat. So that when we go into government, the first thing you're looking for is where you're going to eat. And before you know it, everybody has become deflated because they think everybody in government is just eating, whether or not they're eating or not. But that is what we think. And so for me, I think it is very important. Let us we must understand that this question of the babysitter state is not going to work. Everybody must pull, and the thinking of Africa generally must change. We are talking about markets. Africa has over 1 billion people, but we have such little intra-African trade. Even before we start convincing the Chinese to take our chickens, that is, for me, it's depressing. We are talking about, the other day I was reading something about the pig, the pork trade between China and Europe. Huge amount. Now, surely pigs, I think we can rear pigs and rear them in big amounts, so that then, as we are telling China, come and build our road, we are telling them also take the pigs. But if today you're told to produce 100 containers of pigs, you can't. There are no pigs in Kenya. There is something fundamentally wrong. And I think as the leadership, or the new leadership that will come, we must ask ourselves, how do we mobilize ourselves right to the grassroots, so that then people are not just waiting for government to come and give them free. There is nothing for free. The Chinese are not giving us loans for free. And by the way, finally, let me say this. Even as we talk about the death trap that is people are talking about as far as the Chinese are concerned, That is what the West has always been doing. This is nothing new. It is nothing new. I mean, the IMF, the Americans, the British, everybody has been holding us by the let me not use the word that we use, through the ages. Why? Because of the way we think. I think we need to deeply interrogate ourselves. We cannot continue like this. We cannot continue adding debt onto debt. And I'm sure sometimes I try to feel into why Ruto is doing this, because he came in and said he's not going to take debt. But he must have come and found we don't have tax revenues because we're not producing. People have to be paid. The country has to run. So he finds himself taking debt. Whether or not it's efficient, that's another story. So for me, that would be my contribution to this. And by extension, when we talk about the Gen Zs, they must also now start asking themselves, and we must facilitate them, by the way, to be productive. These are our soldiers now. But many of them are saying they are unemployed, or not. They are saying they're actually unemployed. Why? Why? And finally, Kipto talks about the connection, the gearing system that connects those spinning wheels with the engine, so that then when our bureaucrats go outside there, they do a good job, but when they come back here, nothing ever happens. Now that again is a culture change thing, so that then our culture of execution is brought into play effectively. We go beyond tick boxes. We went to China. We went to France. We did what? So that then we are executing on the things we know that they are going to fundamentally help our children. And for me, finally, I say this: there are only two approaches. I call them the Ushenzi debt and Uganda debt. Ushenzi debt is a debt that puts chains on our neck. Uganda debt is a debt that we use effectively to move, right? And so once we start understanding that, then I think we can change the way we think as a people. And I would like to ask the politicians to allow this country to grow, because I think the politicians in general have held this country at ransom. It is only them who speak. They are the only stars. I mean, when you go out there, you find Elon Musk is a star. Today, who's a businessman star in Kenya? The only people we hear about are just politicians. So let's change that culture, a culture that starts fundamentally transforming this country from its bowels. Thank you, Dibal.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you. We really do appreciate it. And before we come to you, Senator Kajwang, I want just to acknowledge Hazel Akinyi, because also they have alternative with the ISCM Foundation offering up to 40 billion euros per project without sovereign guarantees, backed by $5 billion security. And they say that they de-risk green investment and drive sustainable growth to support Kenya's Vision 2030 in energy, water, and agriculture. And we'll get to hear from you. I'll hand over the mic to you just momentarily so that we can get to see what are other alternatives, because we know that we have very good Kenyans with very novel ideas on how we can actually help this country. And this is why we have all these conversations as well here on X. And I want to appreciate as well Dr. Martin Koyabe. Dr. Martin Koyabe is a very renowned Kenyan in the diaspora. I know he's here. He was on the train, and he actually has been a senior research. He worked with British Telecommunications as a senior research and technical lead. That is with British Telecommunications for over 10 years. He's an IT guru that we've exported out of this country as well, but also was very seminal in setting up the infrastructure here in Kenya. And we're enjoying the benefits today here also next because of people like Martin Koyabe as well, joining us from the UK. We shall hear from him momentarily as well. But let me yield the floor to Senator Kajwang just to tell us what he's had so far and where we are as a country. And given the model that also Jero is talking about, this syndicated financing involving also other local players like Stanbic, Agriculture Bank of China, that is an outside Standard Chartered as well, and others covering also 40%, looking at just the SGR. What are some of the risk and benefit does such a multi-banker model present to Kenya's financial sovereignty, so to speak? You can answer that, or maybe generally from your own perspective as a legislator to contribute on the deliberations as well.
By the way, Dibal.
Yes, please.
Maybe quickly, I think you can also talk to the question of PPP model. I'm looking at the Nairobi Mombasa model where these guys are going to take tolls so that there is no burden on Kenyans. Why don't we do? I mean, if that railway is viable, then why don't we toll it, so to speak, so that then we are not adding more debt to Kenyans? Why? I think those creative models should be also explored.
Indeed, indeed. Thank you. Senator Kajwang.
Thank you, Dibal. I'll be briefer than my colleagues because they've said much more that was informative. First of all, East or West, Kenya does not seem to have any strong ideological position. And I think that the founding fathers said that ours was a pragmatic approach to issues. And not too long ago, Uhuru Kenyatta said, we face neither East nor West, but we will face those who are our friends. I think he said something along those lines. And so William Ruto going to China, or William Ruto going to the White House and being wined and dined by Joe Biden, to me is not an ideological pursuit. Those are the desperate movements of a poor man. A poor man has no ideology. It is sad that Kenya has been reduced to the status of a poor man who will beg. We are taking money from the UAE. In fact, it was in the Business Daily this week that the UAE has extended $1.5 billion to Kenya. We have become beggars. We are begging people who were in the same league with us just about 50 years ago. And even when you look at whatever we are getting from the UAE, and I'm not afraid of saying this, that the timing of that UAE loan and the timing of that UAE offer was so curious because it was around the same time that we had conflict in Sudan and you had some Sudanese rebels holding meetings in Kenya. And so we are not approaching our debt situation from an ideological position. We are approaching it from a position of poverty. And that is not where we should be. Even at the household level, as a head of a household, you have told your family that, I'm going to take a loan. We are going to get a mortgage so that we can move out of our rented house in Umoja. Then you go and get a mortgage. And instead of using it towards acquisition of a house in one of these affordable housing units, you go buy a car, you marry another wife, you do sherehe, you go on a holiday. That is irresponsibility. And that is what the government of Kenya has been doing. From the proceeds of the first Eurobond, nobody can pinpoint and say that this was a project that was done with the $2 billion or whatever amount that was borrowed then. Some of us were on the streets. I remember in the year 2015, 2016, we attempted to storm the central bank for the central bank to give us a clear account on how the money flowed. And we were dismissed. The president even dismissed the Auditor General when the Auditor General tried to ask for an audit trail of that money. Later on, we were told that part of the proceeds of Eurobond 1 went into Galana Kulalu. All of us know that Galana Kulalu has been a spectacular failure. Part of it went to Lamu Port. Lamu Port is almost a white elephant with the death of the Lapset dream. Part of it went to the commuter railway project in Nairobi. We know that that is an unfunctional thing. In fact, we are treating the indignity that our people face in the commuter transport system in Nairobi is something that we should not be proud of. Now, recently, we floated another Eurobond to pay off the previous Eurobonds and also to pay off other loans. We are not going to thrive and prosper if we are taking a loan to pay another loan, digging a deep hole to fill another smaller hole. And I think that is a challenge that we are having. So it is not an issue of ideology. It is just an issue of irresponsibility on the part of those who have been entrusted with leadership and decision-making in this country. And of course, even we in Parliament have a responsibility because the debt management strategy ought to come to Parliament. We have a responsibility because the debt ceilings are issues that are set by Parliament. The last time we changed it from a number to a percentage. And I know that the Treasury or the Executive has already breached that percentage or is close to breaching that percentage. There is no problem with taking debt if it is used for the right purposes. You take a debt, a mortgage to buy a house, that is useful. It improves the livelihood, it improves the status of a family. You take a loan to buy a matatu, or you take a loan to buy an Uber, you expect you're going to make money out of that and be able to pay it back. But when you take a loan for budget support, you take a loan for capacity building, you take a loan, then it is used for benchmarking. It leaves you wondering why you needed the loan in the first place. I've been part of delegations at the last US Africa Business Summit. I was invited and I was having conversations with members of the US Senate and members of Congress. But the African delegation was an embarrassment. It was staying at Hotel Millard. I think that's a poshest hotel in Washington, D.C., a walking distance from the White House, taking up all the presidential suites in Washington, D.C. And yet they came to ask for support. They came to ask for renewal of AGOA. They came to ask for US support on various issues. It is shameful. I think we could do well as a country if we took loan that was targeted. Now, China tries to do that because China has this strategy of Belt and Road Initiative. And they're clear in their minds that if they're going to give us money, it will not be for useless things like capacity building. It will be money that will be locked in. In fact, even the contractors will be Chinese. The products will come from China. It is quite unfair. But they want to build an infrastructure. They want to build a new Silk Road that will benefit them. America stayed out of Africa. And the only thing that Joe Biden tried to do was the Lobito port or the Lobito corridor program, which was an extractive program, which was meant to revive the Benguela Railway to be able to extract minerals and resources from the hinterland of Africa. And so this thing of debt trap, when it comes to China, and then when it comes to the West, we think that they're the good guys. There's no good guy. All these guys are Shylocks. They're all Shylocks. It's just their methods, it's just their terms that differ. But I'd rather a Shylock who insists that you do something with your money than a Shylock who does not care, or a Shylock who tells you that if you're not respecting certain high-sounding values, then we are not going to give you money. You know, that's what the US has been doing. I think let me conclude by saying that whether syndicated, whether East, whether West, at the end of the day, it is about responsibility. It is about accountability. It is about taking 1 shilling, putting it in an SGR, and showing evidence that the SGR was delivered. You know, there's been this argument that why don't we find alternative financing models for these SGR from Naivasha to Kisumu to Malaba? But you know, I'm in the village, and the people in the village are asking me, when it came to taking the loan from Mombasa to Nairobi to Naivasha, people were clapping and happy. Why is it that when it comes to a project that is opening up the economy of this particular region, that people are now coming up with all sorts of clever conversations and alternatives? I think that the SGR project, whether it is from Naivasha to Kisumu, Kisumu to Malaba, Uganda has already agreed with a Turkish contractor to do the Kampala-Malaba route. And so it's going to make sense if it goes all the way to Kampala. But it is still possible to make Kisumu the port, or to make Kisumu an industrial capital or industrial city, so that there can be options of movement of goods either through the lake, through the railway, by road, or even by air. But that can only be done if we are committed, serious, and if we are, you know, if we pay fidelity to the people, not just the terms of the loan agreement, but fidelity to the people. We saw Aror and Kimorer was supposed to be built using proceeds of loans. Everyone knows what happened to Aror and Kimorer. I mean, you might argue that matters have been in court, but talk to any Kenyan, they'll tell you what they think about it. That is what we need to avoid. We can take loans, but let's make sure that we invest them so that we've got a return which results in improved taxes and which allows us to collect and pay back rather than taking another loan to pay back. Thank you, Dibal.
Thank you so much. Of course, it will be hubris of me to add to what you've said, but you raise pertinent issues as well, cutting to the core of what is really hanging on the rafters of our mind when it comes to these loans as well. But I wanted just to put tails on one question, just maybe briefly you can answer as a one-liner. And Honorable Bakali, I think you've dropped on to the listeners, to the plenary. If you may come back to the speakers panel, will be nice, so that we can also get your answers well. The question of this public audits, that is public debt audit task force. And of course, we're eagerly waiting to hear what the courts will say on the 28th. Is there any rhyme or reason of having it in the first place? And why would the president really have this task force? And yet we are all in this mire that we are in. Do we need it? Do we need it? From your assessment, briefly.
We do not need it. The Office of the Auditor General is established to do exactly that. It is a constitutional body. It has got, it is supposed to be facilitated. It has got professionals. That matter has been dealt with. Even county governments were setting up task forces to verify pending bills. They were told clearly, let the Auditor General do their job. And when the Auditor General has told us that some loans cannot be traced or there are problems with Eurobonds, we'd rather believe them. Those task forces are not necessary.
Thank you. Professor Getile, briefly, over to you. Remember to unmute, sir. Professor Getile Naituli. All right, let me just go to Professor Mashara. We wind up on this particular topic as well, briefly, which has been well stated. Professor Mashara, so that we can go to the party politics bits as we look forward also to be winding up. And Professor Mashara, kindly remember to unmute. Aman Manyora will be remiss of you if you don't also weigh in on this briefly, because I know also there was a trending clip of you talking about the China loan, especially with the SGR. Yeah, who's giving the loans? Who's also giving the workforce? You remember. You will comment on the bit briefly. Professor Mashara, I yield the floor to you. Kindly remember to unmute. Are you there, Professor Masharia? Are you there? Okay, Haman Manyora?
Yes. So Deba, I've listened to people talk about this debt issue, whether from China or from wherever. There's no dignity in borrowing. But the problem we are having, even as we talk on this space, we are looking for logic where none exists. We are looking for reason where you can't get reason. It's like looking for reason in matters of love. You see, these small African countries like Kenya, these are modern slave colonies. A slave colony serves first as a market for the big boys, China, the West, and so on and so forth. Secondly, a slave colony is a place where raw material is produced. I had my friend, by the way, I've not seen him for a long time, since the days of our presence on NTV, Ken of Ungwana. You see, what Ken is talking about is, why don't we process what we produce and sell finished products? But that's not for a slave colony. That's why coffee is called a cash crop. Tea is a cash crop. This is World Bank lingo we are trying to juggle in, and we don't even half understand. That so long as we remain who we are, a slave colony in the minds of those people we are thinking can help us get out of the mess we are in, whether through loans or anything else. So long as we remain who we are supposed to produce cash crops and be a market for their products. That is where the problem is. You can't get out of it unless there's a fundamental transformation. And that's why you see the West is always jittery, panicky, and sometimes they do the outrageous when they have a Gaddafi trying to walk out of this slave colony thing. Thomas Sankara, and now the Sahel nations of Burkina Faso and the rest. So the only way you can talk about economic sense in an African country is if we have more and more of African countries looking the West in the eyes and telling them enough is enough. We are either going to be partners or there's nothing like that. From today onwards, we are partners. That's what Burkina Faso people are doing. But the danger is if you are one or two African leaders doing what Sankara was doing, what Gaddafi was doing, what Traore is doing in Burkina Faso and a few others, then you are a quick target. So I'm only hoping that a time will come when a critical mass of African nations and other third world countries will be able to go the Burkina Faso way, think about their own countries, and say we can no longer remain slave colonies. However, that's a very high level kind of thinking and dreamy kind of. Let me come down to where we are and let's just assume we are a good country, we are not a slave, we are progressive and all that. You must reckon with the problem we have in this country, which arises of that World Bank trap we have set ourselves in. Our economists have been trained to tell us that the only way a country like Kenya can raise revenue is through taxation and the debt. So long as you are that myopic in thinking, you never grow an economy. Number one. Number two, you'll be in the debt trap forever. Until we are going to reach a point. I was giving a talk somewhere, and the Chinese were there. They were so annoyed with me, they staged a walkout. And I said, I sympathize with the Chinese people who are doing business with African leaders instead of African people. That these debts will not be paid. There's no way African countries will pay these debts. And if you attempt to go the way of saying you can repossess some of the sovereign assets like harbors and ports and what have you, you'll get yourself into trouble because the young men of that time, of tomorrow, will hear none of that. So basically, let me just summarize by saying that if we go the way we are going, we'll never get out of debt. Never. We need a paradigm shift, a different way of thinking, starting by asking ourselves, do we really need the debts we are taking? The answer is certainly no. We steal more money than we borrow. Look at that. By the admission of big boys in this country, by the admission of people like Mudavadi, Uhuru Kenyatta, and the rest, they have said we steal like 2 billion every day. So what is there to celebrate about borrowing 200 billion from China when you steal 700 billion every year? So I think there's need for a paradigm shift. There's need for Kenya to get into place, perhaps a leadership that will walk Kenya away from this kind of nonsense. The idea that a country can tax itself into riches, it has been stated over and over again, it can't work. The idea that you can borrow to develop, it can't work because the debt trap will lead us into catastrophe in the very near future. I submit as I end that there can never be a solution for this country that will come from the way of borrowing. Never. Instead, there can only come misery. Thank you, Deba.
Thank you, Harman Manyora, for those sentiments. I want us just to, I don't know, we listen before we gravitate to the issue of party politics so that we can actually wind up as well with that particular debate, because there's a lot happening within the party forums. We've seen people joining other parties and leaving other parties. There's a formation is happening on who will be the president and also the deputy president. We just want also to speak into this, but briefly, I'll be remiss if I don't hear from Hazel Akinyi, who commented a bit also on on some of our timelines. She talking about the ISCM Foundation offering up to 4 billion shillings per project without sovereign guarantees. Hazel, will you want just to give us a broader perspective to broaden our understanding and, of course, widen our apertures on what really ISCM is and how it can be maybe a prime solution to the issues that we do have as a country? Where are you coming from? What do you do? Briefly, over to you. Hazel?
Yes, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Akinyi, and can you hear me? I'm Hazel Akinyi.
Yes.
And yes, I am the Goodwill Ambassador for ICM Foundation. It is based in Belgium. It's offering at the moment up to 4 billion USD per project. And it does not require sovereign guarantees. So that is because we are backed by up to 5 billion USD in security by the European Investment Bank. So the projects are 100% risk, private equity funds, and we are funding projects in the sectors for energy, water, agriculture, infrastructure, environment, etc. And ensuring that we are driving sustainable development that is respect for nature and its ecosystem. So our investments aspire to reduce the national debt for governments, especially in Africa. As you can see, we are offering the securities. That means that the government does not have to raise the securities, which I believe has been a challenge for Kenya also at the moment. And also one of the reasons why it's very difficult to secure investments because the investors are asking if they have those securities, which I think would be able to put Kenya at more debt if they are going to do that. So we come with the securities and we are also coming with the funding for the project. And we fund projects that are bankable, ensuring that the projects are able to pay back themselves. So that means that the government does not have to go to their treasury or pockets to be able to pay back on the projects that are implemented, but the projects are able to pay back themselves in a period of up to 30 years. And one of the mission that is driving us is creating jobs. And our beneficiaries are the tertiary education, whereby we are looking forward to funding also entrepreneurs and universities as some part of the proceeds that will be able to come out from these projects. Yes, so that's actually in a nutshell. I do not want to waste time. So my ask is that I think that we have some of the leaders here, for example, Senator Kajwang. I think there are some projects in Homa Bay. Maybe we can be able to communicate on how we can be able to support people in Homa Bay or maybe in the national government. Thank you very much.
Right. Good salutary effort, Senator Kajwang. I think this will be a wonderful link as well. If these fundings are there as bursaries as well, you can pick up on that. Haman Manyora, you've talked about education, the tertiary education. I think if we had Dr. Kirui here, of TVET as well.
Dibala, the question or two.
Yes.
Dibala, the
yes,
question
please.
or two, so that we can continue the space. The first question is to Madam Hazel. Is this funding in terms of an SBLC, or how exactly are you guys going to do this? I've actually sent you a tweet. We can talk on DM, and I do a bit of this on the side as well. So, is this an SBLC type product, or how exactly are you doing these fundings, and particularly when it comes to security? Because I have people with projects, but sometimes providing security is a challenge. Dibal, my second question is, and it's very basic. We've had a lot of discussions here on debt. I actually wrote an article in the Standard in 2010 during the Kibaki administration. The reason I wrote that article is I was already concerned that the national debt was at 1.7 trillion shillings. Trillion. Now, this 1.7 trillion became 1.8 trillion by the time President Kibaki was leaving office in about April of 2013, sorry. And then since then, I think now we're pushing 11 trillion. This is almost unbelievable. My simple question, and I don't mean any disrespect or any provocation here, is where is the money? Where are the projects? It's like we have been borrowing money. You borrow money and then the money is eaten. So I think we need to make some resolutions as Kenyans, Dibal, because if you're talking of trillions of shillings and you only have a short expressway and an SGR and maybe another SGR coming, I think we're going to get this country into a mess. So my question is, where to the MPs here, committee members, budget committee members, etc., we've borrowed all this money. I mean, are you guys going to continue to be bystanders and spectators? Where are the projects? Raila asked that once, then he was called into hardship, he kept quiet. But it's time now we move away from the axis of Railaism, oppositionism, etc., and now just speak as logical, level-headed, patriotic Kenyans that say, look, we can't mess this country up because my daughter is literally 2 years old. Where is she going to live? Thanks, Dibal. We've done a good job and let's keep it on. Sante.
Right. Thank you so much. We need to change gears as well, unless we have any comments from Professor Mashaba. I can see time is really running away from us, so that we don't need to keep our panelists here and our plenary for long today. I want us just to move on, and we talk about party politics, which is very crucial right now, because everyone seems to be thrown off kilter as far as understanding of where our opposition is and where the broad-based government is, what is happening within ODM right now as far as inter-party democracy is concerned. We seem to be having two binary forces, which is pro-government and another one which is against government. So I wanted just to gravitate on that, and we begin on those notes. I cannot see Dr. Makalimuli, because I wanted to begin with Wiper. We've had recently them receiving also some defectors to Wiper Party. Ndego Njeri is one of them. I don't know if he's on this panel today. But looking forward to 2027 and the dynamics around it as well, it seems that everyone from, and I have it on good authority, that Kalonzo will be the opposition's, of course, presidential bearer, so to speak, right now. We're eagerly waiting to see what will happen from the Mount Kenya region. And I know also from good authority that they will not be, of course, putting forward a presidential candidate and also a deputy president candidate as well. And so for the latest from the Mount Kenya region is that they are what they want right now. They do not even care a fig about a president or a deputy president. And given the machination that has been going on, especially in that particular office of a deputy president, they don't care a fig. What they do want is just to have things looking up as far as the economy is concerned, right? Just economy stupid. This is what they're looking forward to. And it doesn't matter who will be on the helm, I should say, as long as they know they're secure with their businesses, as long as they have a stable, predictable environment where we have as well taxes which are predictable. That's what they really care about. So I wanted just to open this particular debate. There has been you know, and I know this maybe could be speculations and all, but it is good for party politics to just see, are we seeing Natembeya or Kalonzo Natembeya tickets in the offing? Is it what is up there, collect sleeves? Maybe they will be the better place to tell us. If we had Makali Muli here, I don't know, he dropped, he was on his way home, so maybe could be shaking into place as well. But let me hear from Professor Gitile Naituli. And just to set the tone rolling, you've been fairly quiet as well. We're calling up on you and Professor Mashara, but you weren't responding. Peter Kagwanje, if you're here as well, would be nice to have you so that we get this into perspective. And we want to also hear from Esther Passaris and Senator Kajwang what is happening within ODM as well. Professor Gitile Naituli, have you heard what is going on? Briefly. Professor Gitile, if you're muted, please unmute. All right, because of interest of time, Professor Macharia, briefly. Then we'll open the floor to the plenary briefly.
Well, it looks as if there are some realignments taking place. And yes, people are concerned about the collapsing economy and being made worse by the mounting debt, not simply to China, but almost to everybody who can appear to lend something. And the question comes up, what are they getting in return when they give these loans? As far as the politics is concerned, it's very fluid. And nobody can say for sure that this is what is going to happen. At least we know what is not happening. Good things are not happening in the country because it's going down the drain. At least people feel that way. And if it's possible to get the right policies, the proper policy makers who have some good heads on their shoulders, they might be able to straighten up whatever is going on. There appears to be a disconnect between the economy and the politics, and the two of them have to go together in order to get some stability. So what you have an extreme of one tend to destabilize, and since there has to be a balance of the two, that's why we have a discipline called political economy. So when you have people running the place who have very little idea, if any, on political economy, then things go wrong. And you have the country running around wondering what happened and what can be done to correct the situation as it is. If I read properly someplace that the Minister for Internal Security was complaining about top people in the government misbehaving and therefore making the president unpopular. If it happened, it's an interesting admission that things are not going right, and something needs to be done, maybe at the top, to figure out why things are wrong, to the point where they can be blaming each other on that. So the future, as it appears, is very fluid. It's very hard to say which way things are going, and anything can happen between now and then. And then we have this very interesting argument that I think is in court as to whether the election should be held in August 2026 because it will be the 5th year. The very interesting argument, and which kind of changes the way people think. As of thinking instead of 2027, some people are talking about 2026, and they call it constitutional thinking. So it's a fluid situation. Political parties are unstable. The most unstable at present is ODM. There is serious infighting in ODM as to the direction that it should be taking, and the others are trying to figure out where they belong. And so many new political parties, which are actually leaders trying to position themselves for discussions or negotiations when the right time comes, because creating parties is for nothing else but negotiation for position in when the time comes for discussions. So these things are happening in a very fluid way. The mountain area, of course, is very right now wondering what to do. It's not given that it will go this way or that way. The one clear thing, I think, is that the mountain is very unhappy with whatever is going on, and they would like to see some changes. How those changes will come up is another matter, or who is likely to lead the changes. It's not very clear, but there is a lot of jostling for positioning at present. Let me stop there for now.
All right, thank you. Let me hear from Hamad Manyora. Martin Olo has been fairly quiet to just weigh in on this the latest development as well. What are you reading from your tea leaves as far as political parties are concerned? And maybe also, I saw Dr. Anderito here as well. She can give us what is the current state of play as far as registration is concerned, just to tell us where we are at. I don't know where she's gone. I saw her. Just look up for her and then request her also if she may speak as well. Martin Olo, kindly unmute. Dr. Martin Olo, all the way from India. All right, as Martin Olo is putting his ducks in a row, let's just hear from, is Professor Gitile back? Professor, are you back? Professor Gitile, kindly unmute if you're speaking. Right. And so Professor Gitile, I told you also is
Dibal, I've gotten my Dibal, I've gotten my sense back.
All right, thank you.
The issue of
continue, Martin. Dr. Martin.
Okay, thank you, Dibal. The issue of political parties in this country is as problematic as any other issue. It's as problematic as the issue of our debt that we've just been discussing. It's as problematic as the issue of hygiene in our country as we discussed. So, what is unique about us? The thing that is unique about us is that when you look at our mind as Kenyans and when you look at our mind as politicians or political players, and we look at our minds as citizens, our mind and our attitude do not endear us to the point of being good citizens and therefore contributing in such a way that any reasonable citizen would want to do. So, granted that when you go to South Africa, you see what political parties are, whether it's ANC or any other. Granted that when you go to Tanzania, you see what CCM is, and you can see what the ideology is. Whether you agree with it or not, you can see that the party has a certain frame and it pushes that ideology. Now, this is a country where, right from the top level, political parties are formed only as vehicles to win or to contest an election. And you can see it that the last serious political party we ever had in this country is KANU, because at some point it was everything, including being the government, and therefore when a KANU village committee member or somewhere was seen to be a very important fellow, perhaps more important than a civil servant. Now that is perhaps that's the most serious point at which we tried to transform KANU. We even allowed it to swallow Maendeleo ya Wanawake, which experiment aborted, and so it vomited Maendeleo ya Wanawake. At some point, it was the party being promoted by everybody, the provincial administration and everybody else. That's the last. Everything else after that is neither here nor there, whether it is DP, the Democratic Party. Later on, we began to see things like the NAC party, which, of course, after the elections, folded up into other things. The regional NAC is still sitting somewhere, but nobody hears about it. Then you have Na Kenya, which has now since been abandoned by the owner, and then they've moved on. After that, we saw now the real disaster of political parties. We saw CORD. CORD did not transform into a political party. We saw PNU, which came in as a political party, and once the first term ended for Mwai Kibaki, he abandoned PNU. He was on another thing altogether. Then we saw the Jubilee, we saw the URP, then we saw the TNA all fumbling after it became Jubilee something. The next we saw things like, of course, ODM has hung around as a political party, perhaps participating in every other election. Or maybe that's the only other formation that you can think is a political party. But one thing that is so clear is that none of these political parties, whether it's NAC, whether it's PNU, whether it is Jubilee or TNA or URP, and even UDA, have ever held any elections. There's nothing. So they are not political parties that we know in terms of being member driven, being member led. They are political parties being driven by the so-called party leaders, including ODM. The last serious election that ODM had is when the ballot papers were kicked by men in black, and that was the end of that story. So ODM, no semblance of democracy, no semblance of a party worth speaking about in terms of its architecture and so on, to the extent that now it is neither in opposition nor in government, according to its officials, yet some of its people are in government, others are outside. I mean, this is an aberration. So you look at political parties and you see what our problem is. Whether you're talking about debt, you look at our problem and it's reflected even in terms of political parties that we borrow, not because we want to develop a country, but we want to use it for purposes other than borrowing. It was something that we all understood. You borrow in order for you to do development, but you don't. But you use taxes to support infrastructure. I mean, the recurrent expenditure. Nothing doing. We would have thought that a political party is meant to be a vehicle that drives democracy from the grassroots. It is not. It's a vehicle that politicians simply use for elections and abandon it. Right now, UDA can hardly hold elections, and you doubt whether in 2027 UDA will be alive. There will be something else, some kind of an assembled political vehicle somewhere that will be seen to be propelling those who want to go into power. We've seen there's the Liberation Party and so on. So political parties is, and I like it if the registrar of political parties is here, is the most symptomatic depiction or perhaps symptomatic disposition of who we are. We have no ideology. We have no commitment to anything that we can talk about. We simply wear these clothes, just like the voter in this country. The voter has no problem putting on a T-shirt of one senator here, a T-shirt of the opponent there. The voter can have 3 or 4 T-shirts, and he or she will be presenting himself as a voter for one person. When the other one goes, the same voter will be putting on, adorning the other party color and so on. So that is our tragedy. It is our voters' tragedy. It is our politicians' tragedy. It's indeed our national tragedy. Absence of nationalism and absence of pride that then offers itself in such a way that it has a direction with it and perhaps is something that one can stand for. It is rather unfortunate, and therefore I do not like to even talk about political parties in this country as anything. I mean, we form them the way we want, we abandon them the way we want, and we simply use them the way we want. And that is not the point. That certainly is not what the Constitution intended. That's not what the Political Parties Act intended. Indeed, it's not what our people deserve. Our people deserve to have political vehicles that they can then work with throughout to mobilize grassroots support, and not simply political vehicles that participate in elections and after that they fold up. So it's a tragedy to talk about political parties in Kenya. It is perhaps the most telling of all things. Just like Christianity in this country, it is not in the number of churches we have. It is not in the number of people we call Christians. It's rather in the absence of the people who epitomize what true Christianity is, what being Christ-like is. And that is our national problem. It is so visible that you do not require a stranger to come and point it out to us. It's the reason why we fail at a number of experiments, whether it's democratic experiment, whether it's governance experiment, whether it's nationalism, whether it is citizenship or voter rights, and so on. Over to you, Dibal.
Thank you, Martin. Esther Pasaris and Senator Kajwang, I think, yes, you're from ODM. I'd expected that maybe we'll have also had something from Makali Mulu, just to tell us the current state of play of Wiper Party, reception of some of the people who are defected to the party as well. But let me just hear from you, Esther. Looking at the current state of play in ODM as it stands, it seems there's a lot of confusion. We had also the party leader appealing to ODM members and leaders to exercise decorum, civility, and respect for each other as they debate the current set of affairs and the future of the party. Just also looking from the news today, speakers from the Coast region have spoken regarding, the Orengo and Anyang' Nyong'o's sentiments as well. We don't seem to understand what is going on within. There seems to be an implosion within ODM. I don't know where you stand as it stands right now, especially with the broad-based government. Will there be a fallout on this? And everyone is just keeping their eyes peeled and keeping out their ears to see what will stand.
Okay. Yeah. First of all, I think ODM and our founder Raila Odinga are still on track to being one of the strongest parties in Africa after the ANC. I think sometimes we're a bit unkind to ourselves as a democracy. I mean, most African countries have only been independent for around 60 years. Right now, when you look at political parties, and in the oldest political parties in the world, I mean, you've got the Democratic Party of the US. Okay, I mean, it's been around from the 1828. All right, you've got the Conservative Party of the UK. It's been around since 1834. The Liberal Party of Australia, 1944. I just want us to be kind to ourselves and to understand that growth of institutions take time. I went to Bomet recently, and we drove all the way, good highways, and I sat down for a second and I thought to myself, I am proud of my country. When I went to Mombasa and I see the dual carriageway going all the way to Serena, it's tolled, it's taken time, it's back on track. I just feel that we always tend to look at the negatives while we forget to celebrate the positives. I feel that ODM is strong. It's okay to have different opinions and different voices. It's got structures. I mean, I was once representing Raila my party leader Raila Odinga in DRC for the Christian Democratic Party. It was being launched, and they didn't look for your party in the global north to benchmark with. They actually looked for ODM. So when African countries start appreciating that we have the ANC, in spite of their structural problems or political divisions, they are still a strong party. This is how we're going to grow. We're going to fragment, we're going to grow, we're going to fragment, we're going to grow. Eventually we'll have a strong political party. I feel that ODM is the party to look up to in Kenya and across the region of East Africa. It has probably a few problems right now because we have to follow our party leader, and we sometimes he's judged very harshly by the public, but we have to remember that the price of peace is worth paying. You can beat down Raila, you can insult him, you can tell him he's been paid for this or paid for that, he's greedy, he's whatever. You can say all that, but remember the peace that you enjoy, the spaces that you enjoy in your freedom of speech, the devolution of resources across the country, some of the things, the democratic space, the unity of tribes and communities, so that we can rise above our divisions, they all have a lineage towards Raila. And I feel that ODM is going to be there no matter what goes on, and it's a political party that allows Raila said, let them all speak, but he will give direction. And I think it's good. He's giving them time to speak and talk. But at the end of the day, I believe that the one driving agenda for the Raila Odinga as our political party leader is the country, the peace and the prosperity of this country. You cannot have prosperity without peace. So let us understand that we are a young democracy. We will, after 200 or 300 years, we will be like America, or like, and even if you look at those big parties in America, in the last election, there was also some things that people saw that were not right. So I want us to be kind to ourselves, to celebrate our milestones, not always to look at us as something bad. And remember, a political party is as strong as the population that supports it. How many people actually pay their premiums to be part of a political party, to grow the political party? How many people have membership? How many people, the speaker before me was saying how you can wear a t-shirt today and another one. So nobody seems to have values of ownership, or values of ideology, or involvement in a political party and its growth, so that the country can be ruled in the right direction. Raila Odinga has tried so much to ensure that ODM, and it's been a consistent every election cycle since the multi-party democracy, ODM has been there. So I believe that we should appreciate that. And I don't see any of the problems that we're having right now with everybody speaking up and, probably supporting, not supporting the broad-based government. At the end of the day, I know one thing: ODM will survive this and come out stronger.
All right. We have Jennifer Shamala asking the former MP that, yes, if ODM is in government, which is the opposition party in parliament today? Senator Kajwang, you want to answer that briefly?
Yeah, thank you, Dibal. ODM held elections countrywide 2 weeks ago. That's a fact. It was publicized. There were notices. There were activities across the country. And that was ward elections and constituency elections, because polling station elections had already been held. The next step will be the county elections, culminating into the national elections. So it is not correct to say that the last time ODM attempted an election was the infamous Men in Black scenario. ODM has had change of office, and currently we are having a bottom-up approach to ensuring that we've got fresh leadership in the party. In the next election, there are two things that must happen. We must elect a president, whoever it is. And that president most likely will be supported by a party. It is possible that we can have an independent elected as president. It is possible, but it is more probable that we'll have a president elected on the basis of a party. The parties we have do not have a huge distinction when it comes to ideology. The era of ideology-driven political parties was a pre-independence era, KANU and KADU, ideology on what form, structure of government to take and how independence would look like. And post-independence, with people like Jaramogi with KPU talking about looking at the Russian side of things versus KANU with the Mboyas looking at the Western side of things. When we repealed Section 2A and allowed multipartism, and perhaps Dr. Law would be talking about KANU being the serious party because it thrived for a long time alone in a one-party system for many years, for a generation. So maybe that's why people think that KANU was Mama and Baba, but there was no space for other parties to participate. When other parties were allowed into the space, of course, it took 10 years for KANU to be swallowed. Today, what makes a distinction between political parties really is not the ideology, because we are not in a situation where we are saying that you've got one party that supports Russia and another party that supports Ukraine, or one party that supports climate change and another party that denies it, or one party that supports the rights of LGBTQ and another party that denies it. The difference now is on how to implement a common vision of prosperity for Kenya. And that is why parties are easily interchangeable and they're easy to rebrand. I can say this for a fact, that ODM, having existed for the period that it has existed, it would be very difficult for ODM to disappear. It would be very difficult for ODM to leave its strongholds to other parties, whether in coalition or in any other form of arrangement. And so, as I've said, in the next election, one thing that is for sure is that ODM will be presenting candidates at the next election. Of course, there could be certain other political developments or political discussions. There could be coalitions, but I am very sure that the party that has been built over the years and the party that has been at the forefront in fighting for the rights of Kenyans and fighting for devolution will be on the ballot. There has been this perception that at times certain parties have lost their, what you'd call their legitimacy to go and work with government. But we have a problem in this country. You do recall, I think it was, they won a Nobel Prize. These guys who wrote the book, Why Nations Fail. And they say nations fail because of institutions. And institutions, they talked about laws, policies, and norms. We have established norms in this country that if your tribe is not in power, then you're not getting development. And you can see it. You can see the results. You can see the impact of sessional paper number 10, that the income and economic development is so narrowly distributed that when you are counting the wealthiest and the most prosperous people and parts of this country, they are synonymous with those who have been in power. And when a party goes into an election and is declared a loser with 49.97% of the vote, what does that party do with its 49.97% following? Does the party keep them in the cold so that they watch as others chew? I think we were told that in the Uhuru government, that nyinyi mutulie, muone sisi tukikula. That is a very dangerous norm that has been built in this country. The winner takes it all norm. And I think that political parties must also be able to strategize and ensure and agree that there's a time for everything. There is a time for competition, and there is a time when you must sit together and work together for the good of the nation. When the opposition exists, the opposition does not exist to declare war on government. The opposition exists to provide alternative policies. And those alternative policies do not have to wait for the opposition to take power. If the opposition is convincing enough, those alternative policies can find their way in form of legislation in the House and in form of public pressure that shapes public policy. So there's absolutely nothing wrong for an opposition party in our context, unless we are in a Platonic environment, unless we're in Plato, unless we're in utopia, Plato's utopia. But in our context, there's absolutely nothing wrong for a party with 49.97% of the vote to try to implement its alternative policies through the government of the day. Because at the next election, if you already have 49.97%, then you have a very strong starting point to form government so that it is your policies that can apply. And so let me just conclude by saying, politics in Kenya is a practical science. Right now, people are talking about names. We have had Fred Matiangi. We have had Chief Justice Maraga, who I think would make a very good president. But he would make a very good president in utopia, not in Kenya. Because politics is extremely practical. You must go to Turukana. You must go to Vanga. You must go to West Pokot. You must come to Mfangano. All this requires resources. All this requires networks. All this requires patronage. It is that practicality that has ensured that the politics of this country has remained in the hands of a select few who have benefited from historical advantages. Thank you, Ribal.
All right, and I know maybe there are many sentiments also from our public intellectuals here, Professor Kagwanja, Haman Manyora, to respond to what Senator Kajwang and Esther Passaris are alluding to as well. Ken Jiro, you want to respond to Professor Kagwanja for what you said, and you think also the presidential candidate Maraga is a president not for an idealist setting in our country here, but an utopian president, as being alluded by Senator Kajwang briefly?
Now, thank you, Dibal. That's a very interesting comment by the senator. I respect his position because he's in the ODM, and it's not good manners to bite the hand that's feeding you. So I'll rest it at that. But just to make a few comments and have a code, by the way, just to respond to a few of the things that he has said, and also to make one or two points. Let me start by saying that the deathbed of Kenyan politics are political parties, because I don't think Kenyans really care or even know what parties are, because parties are the most important element in any government, whether it's a democratic government or a totalitarian government, because it takes a few men and women to come together and form a way of thinking, and then try to capture the established institutions of the state by way of forming a government. And if they win or they overpower the others, then they implement their ideas. I think here what we have is extreme individualism, or if you wish, selfishness. And therefore, if, for example, you come to the county I come from, which is Moranga, just as an example, anybody of substance in that county has a party of its own. So what we have are many briefcase parties. I feel Senator is trying to kind of remove ODM from that briefcase kind of a scenario, and I think that is what Madam Esther was trying to say. The truth of the matter is that ODM, Jubilee, OUDA, and all these big buses are all fiefdom, products of fiefdoms. The only difference is that Kapogo's party may not be as big as Jubilee, because he may not have command of wealth and networks that Jubilee had. All the parties we have in Kenya, in their totality, are individual parties, and they victimize everyone everywhere. Try to stand on any of these parties if you don't belong to the club that they belong. That's when it doesn't matter whether you are popular or unpopular. What I have discovered personally from my personal experience is that it is very, very difficult to get into these parties if you are not part of the network of the leader of the party, not the group, but the leader of the party. So I think moving forward, I think, is to begin to imagine political parties that, although formed by individuals, adhere to a certain moral code, and that are national in their outlook, and which go beyond the families. The major big parties belong to big families. That applies to ODM, it applies to Jubilee, and if you find any politician who is rising, listen to what Gachagua is saying, he would launch his own party. When Mount Kenya region has the largest number of political parties in the country, why do you need a new party? Because the logic of politics is that you have your own small cow if you are going to go to the bullfight. So everybody has to carry his small bull to Kakamega Stadium, so that you are declared a winner or not. So stay with that idea that it doesn't matter what kind of language, what rhetoric you bring into the play, how smooth talking you are. The truth of the matter is that parties are individual property. Some are even extensions of estates. or some are extensions of what Ruto and the Hasura nation would call, dynasties. That's what they are. That's the truth. So we have a destiny, and we have a date with Kenya to give it a genuine political party. KANU was a genuine political party. KANDU was a genuine political party, but they were born out of a very specific situation, the politics of nationalism that liquidated the necessity as we know it today, that liquidated individualistic, capitalistic tendencies that we are having today. So that's the first point, literally, to make. The second, that one that would follow very closely to that is that this idea that a political party must get into coalition with the government so that you gain is the one actually that is killing democracy. And even in totalitarian systems, if you wish, like China and others, if you'd call them that way, there's some hygiene. And it is not, just begin to imagine somebody from Mount Kenya region, for example, who was at Safari Park to fundraise for Raila Odinga and voted for Raila Odinga and believed in Raila Odinga. And after the election, Raila Odinga is now second in command, literally or practically, in the governing coalition, or governing, whatever they are trying to call it. People are trying to escape. We are not in the coalition. We are not in the government. The truth of the matter is that we have seen it on the screen. We have seen Kidiki sit down and Raila rise up. So we know, and let's speak the truth. Let's not tell lies. So what we need here are people, men and women of truth, who says that, there is an election time when we go to our madness, elect everybody, but then after the election, you try to look for each other and then talk and form these mongrels we are calling coalition government. These are not coalition government. These are mongrels, people agreeing on how to share the route. Why we were in Addis Ababa and why we spent so much money in Addis Ababa was not because we wanted to help Africa. It was because we wanted to get a specific person a place to be in, so that because our constitution may not allow the leader of opposition to be in the government. And that's the dilemma we are having. It's the new constitution, our 2010 constitution, which is creating this hurdle or stumbling block to some people to form coalition government the way we know them in the West. Parliamentary systems don't allow that. And I think that's why we are all talking about constitutional changes, because we want to lead this. But what's the point? The point is, we must remain true to what we have accepted as our system of government. Mongrel governments are not constitutional. They are simply opportunistic. And you cannot claim moral high ground. Whoever you are, if you are bastardizing the constitution that you worked so hard to achieve, you can never tell your grandchildren that you are a man or a woman of truth if you are bastardizing. And then you create this excuse that we are here in order to safeguard the peace of the country. Kenya is not unpeaceful. It's unpeaceful because you don't want to accept the reality that you have lost an election, and therefore you need an opportunity. So why has ODM survived for over 20 years? It has survived on the back of a most obnoxious legacy, a legacy of mongrel governments in a democratic society where we spend $25 to secure the integrity of a ballot, and after that, you abuse that integrity. I stop there.
Kenjiro, I can see you picking up the mic. You want to say something? Then we open the floor. I think we are really stuck for time. I don't want to keep our panelists for long as well, so that they don't drop off before we have also the plenary just saying something. Just say something briefly. Then Dr. Martin Koyabe from the UK, you can actually speak.
I actually,
Dr. Yeah, Ken, yes, briefly.
I actually endorse what Martin Ulo said, what Professor Kawanja said. And I think my good brother, Kajuan, Senator, a lot of what he said and a lot of what is really running political party activities in this country, it is not based on constitutional honesty. Today, I'm hearing a lot of politicians saying that when they enter government, their people will eat. And yet, when we enacted the 2010 constitution, of which I was a delegate, one of the things we did was build in structures of how even resources are distributed. A budget comes to parliament, the finance bills, as it were, come to parliament, negotiations are done, ideally even by the political parties, so that at the end of the day, we know exactly how much money is being allocated to this animal we call development. How much is going to education, how much is going to health, how much is going to security, how much is going to infrastructure. But what we're increasingly doing through these animals we are calling whatever government is basically bastardizing the system we put into place. So that instead of politicians now asking parliament to allocate 40%, for instance, of the national cake to counties, we are now kowtowing, so to speak, to the executive to keep dropping a road here, something there. And so the whole system becomes convoluted. So that we start, despite the new constitution, we are still talking about the session of paper number 10 of 1963. Despite the fact that now we have a constitution in place, which if we managed it to the T, if we had the moral courage as politicians, and even Kenyans, by the way, because I think Kenyans are actually a huge a part of this problem, because many times, even as I ask, politicians to step up, I also make the point that as Kenyans, we actually have turned these politicians into slaves. We want them to pay school fees. We want them to do buildings, which to do harambes, which is not their core mandate. And so, what we now, in my mind, what we must do to make sure that these political parties grow, we need now to talk to what we call our political culture. This business of coalition government is actually a betrayal of that the voting outcomes of the people. My good brother Kajwang says they had 47 point something of the vote, but as he's saying that, he forgets that 8 million people didn't vote. So it was not even 47% of the vote. The people who voted possibly collectively were about 50% of the Kenyan voters or thereabouts. And so those claims are just claims that bad behavior. And my prayer is that we will get out of these things, this historical happenings, where, for instance, today I can assure you, my brother Kajwang, and I want us to have this debate. If Raila Odinga today left ODM, it's dead. It is dead. That's what we've been doing. Most of these people have been into 5, 6, 7, 8 political parties. My good sister Pasaris talked about political parties that were 100 and something years. Yes, because they've held the fort. But in Kenya, show me one politician or one key politician who's not been to about almost 10 political parties, shamelessly, simply because it is not even about ideology. And I want also to differ on the fact that we cannot have ideological parties. We can. There is still the left, there is the center, and there is the right. For instance, the left support LGBTQ. Why should everybody support LGBTQ, for instance? The right does not. Look at what Trump has done in America today with the Republican Party against the Democrats, who basically are the kingpins of LGBTQ and etc. And now this new regime, they are even starting to redefine what it means to be a man and a woman. But because we lack the moral courage, and because we become slaves of the owners of the political systems, then the bad behavior that was happening even before the 2010 constitution was enacted continues happening, and we continue justifying it. So that today, I jump from party A to party B. I am looking at social media. You find this party now today is not in this coalition. Tomorrow it's in the other coalition. And one of the things, and by the way, I was part of the group that even challenged the question of the majority, because I still believe the majority was ODM, because that's how we voted. Or not even ODM, the coalition that ODM was in. How do you explain a scenario where an MP is elected and 2-3 days later under a party, he's jumping to another party and wanting to justify it? That is bastardizing the system and unfair on the people of Kenya. And by the way, it is driven by selfishness in the name of and greed in the name of at getting maendeleo. And yet maendeleo is locked in the constitution through budgets and through everything that should be done. And so my prayer is this, that, and I agree with what Pasari said, we need to mature, but we're taking too long to mature. You know, one of the things, I read a bit of psychology. One of the things that I have come to appreciate from the profession of psychology is that maturity is not equivalent to age. In fact, it has been said that you'll find a 70-year-old man or woman who has been stuck in a 14-year-old maturity continuum. You behave like a child. And so 60 years after independence, it does not matter how you cut it. We are talking about an era where, as the Republican parties were being formed over 200 years ago, we didn't have the type of communication we have. They didn't have the type of things we have over here. Today, we are seeing things real time. The money when Moi was ruling, when we were told about Goldenberg, we didn't understand what Goldenberg is. Today, when Goldenberg is posted, we're even being told who moved what, where, and when. So circumstances are different. So let us not hold on to political immaturity like it's a clock of honor because that we are 50 years into independence. Let us quantum leap. In fact, it's a word that is used, quantum leap to maturity. Because political parties that are not working cause instability in the country, they kill democracy, they kill trust amongst the people. In fact, they kill despondency. For so long, young people are saying they'll never vote because it changes nothing. But I'm happy after the last year, now they are starting to say, wait a minute, we are going to get votes. And so my challenge, my brothers and sisters, is for us to raise our level of consciousness, is to understand that we cannot keep on holding on to these pits of immaturity. What is immaturity? All of us on this platform are mature people. We know what is true. We know what is right. We know what we should be doing. We know what time we should be doing it. How come we only become immature when it goes to politics, or we become immature when we're taking death? It is because it is a choice. I think let us be with ourselves. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I suggested that we open up the floor. Yes, Senator.
I know the last two responses have been largely in response to my contribution. If you just give me 2 minutes, I do not have to agree with Ken. I don't have to agree with Professor Kagwanja because they are coming from a theoretical position. I'm coming from a practical position. Let us not be people who deny the truth. Is ethnicity a problem in Kenya? Yes, it is. I have been a leader representing my people in parliament for the last more than 10 years. I can tell you that we have had an item in the budget called Lake Victoria Ring Road in the budget throughout. All the times of Uhuru Kenyatta, all the times of William Ruto, parliament passes it. But what is a budget in Kenya's context? At the end of the day, the money must be made available by the person sitting at the National Treasury. And over the years, the Lake Victoria Ring Road, which is a serious enabler for that economy, has never gotten the favor of the cabinet secretaries sitting at the Treasury. And the arguments, and I can tell you, and I can swear on David, the arguments have had everything to do with ethnic exclusion. I talked about institutions, and institutions about norms. We have normalized this thing of we are the people in power. How did the deputy president get out of office? He was being accused of making statements that were divisive because he said that our region voted to a man and our region is entitled to a certain share of development. Those are the norms of our politics. That is the reality. Of course, we can talk about the theory of how it ought to be, but let me say it on how it is. So perhaps what we need to change is how it is. But as long as we have normalized the politics of ethnicity, the politics of exclusion, the politics of winner takes it all, then a political party that is in the opposition cannot have followers because our politics, the institutions we have built, are extractive and not inclusive institutions. If your people cannot get appointed to important positions in the economy, it means that even the businessmen from your region, in quotes, cannot benefit from government contracts. It means that graduates from your region cannot get absorbed in the public service. It means development cannot be brought your way. And I have seen it, and it is a practical observation. If you did an assessment of road budgets, education infrastructure funding, the distribution of level 6 hospitals, the appointment of professionals, the recruitment of teachers across the country, it has followed the person and the ethnic community in power.
Right, thank you, Senator. I think time is ticking away from us. I don't want us to be here for long. I'll be remiss also. Kagonji, you want to say something? But I think because of time, because we want.
No, there's one point.
The fact that the senators talk about normalizing, it is that normalizing that we must fight, and that's how we got a new constitution. I understand where he's coming from, and I end with this. I have struggled with a term that was used by the police in the media. They said that we are treating a violent event. They said we are treating it as normal violence. We are normalizing the abnormal. That is what we must fight. And I empathize with what the senator is saying, but the idea is not to continue feeding the ethnic beast, but to slay it on the altar of the new constitution that gives everybody rights across the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, right. Briefly, so that we open the floor. People, there's so many people waiting on the floor, and I will be remiss also if you don't hear from Dr. Ande Ritu, the Registrar of Political Parties, just to respond to some of these issues as well. Just briefly, sir. Time is not on our side.
I want to sympathize with Senator Kajwang because of the this kind of dichotomy between practical and theoretical, but I don't think it's that. The real thing, and I want to invite Senator Kajwang to read the book by Shabal and Delaus called Africa Works. And Africa works in a very abnormal way, through witchcraft, through corruption, through this. You normalize the abnormal. How can you call abnormal practical? We are supposed to straighten up our society, remove this corruption, remove this all the evils that we're talking about, and that takes a struggle. Then you cannot say that we are killing our democracy by allowing mongrel governments to govern us just because that is what is practical. You are saying Kenya works, but in the most abnormal way. We need to normalize our country, and that takes bravery and courage of the moral nature. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's just welcome Dr. Ande Ritu. Thank you also for hanging on until now. Dr. Ande Ritu, we've had all these issues regarding parties, and I think we normally just talk a good game around the same issues. But we want just to get a proper perspective from your office as well, even as we are gagging towards 2027. I know there's a lot of emerging issues that is maybe presented to your office as well. Can you just bring us up to speed briefly?
Thank you so much, Dibal. And I've been following the debate, though on and off. And I really like the conversations allowed political parties. And I really associate myself with most of the sentiments that really something need to be done. We cannot say that everything is okay, but also we can also not beat ourselves so hard. If you want to put into perspective that we are 30-year democracy, if we take it from 1991 repeal of Section 2A, so we are moving towards somewhere. As you all know that in 2007, when the Political Parties Act came into being, we had a total of 147 political parties. Majority of them, when the Compliance for Political Parties Act came, there were only 47 that complied. And since that time, we have had political parties coming on board, others folding up to form mergers. So as we speak now, we have 91 registered political parties, considering that one of them folded up the other day, ANC, that leaves us with 91 political parties. I just want to have maybe 2 or 3 points, just to color the debate from a policy maker point of view in the political parties. One, that whichever way we look at it, we have a problem with ideology of political parties and how to implement that ideology. And probably because the nature of our politics and also the nature of our constitution, really we have to know how we stand in ideology, because as far as we look, we seem to look like we have one ideology, and majority of it is social democracy. People will talk of green, and they shall never really be green. The way you want to see them, they will talk about communist and all that. There are different political ideologies that people will mention. But when you look at the implementation part of it, we are all converging at the same thing. And that make it very difficult to have distinct parties as far as ideology is concerned. I think it's an area that these bright minds I'm seeing here, probably we need to debate further and also come up with a proper legislation on how we look at party ideology. The second issue, and from the debate that I'm picking, is that you see, we are talking about political parties as if the people who form political parties are coming from another planet. The truth of the matter is they are actually Kenyans and they are being drawn for the society. So the way the society is the way the people who actually form political parties will also translate to run political parties. And the greatest concern as a regulator is that people form political parties with an intention only, for example, to just move to elections, and after that, majority of them are not committed to really run political parties as stipulated very well in the Political Parties Act, in terms of the role of our political parties, in terms of having the foundation where people form opinion and they actually take that opinion to the next level of making governance better for our country. And we end up now with just the way we take things casually, we translate them now to political parties. It becomes very difficult and very not very nice, because political parties are such serious institutions, because they form government and they are the ones that actually translate all the policies and all the decisions so that development can come on board, and even good leadership. So I think the first thing that we need really to reflect as Kenyans, not any individual, is our political manners, our political hygiene, our good manners. Do we want to really look at how we do politics so that we bring the manners and try to make the space a bit cleaner, so that when I say yes, I actually mean yes. When I say no, I actually mean no. Because as far as our political character has not been really refined to the extent that we are able to really stand for what we believe in, then we shall still have this problem. The other issue, so in other words, before I conclude that point, is that we really need to look at our political manners, not as one politician, not as one running political parties, but as all Kenyans. How honest are we in terms of what we believe in, and do we push it up to the end? Well, we celebrate quite a number of people of what they have done for this country. I think majority of us, we need to really reflect on our political good manners, and I want to call them good manners, so that we move towards that. So that finally, when we say that I belong to this party, I then belong to that political party and actually believe in the party system and what it stands for. Another very important point is how many people actually, even as we say that we have personalized political parties, how many people can actually fund political parties? Majority of Kenyans actually want to join political parties that are funded by other people, and they don't want really to bring in money and their ideas so that finally they build a party. So when you have a few who are funding it, then they actually look like they are owning the political parties. And I'm speaking from experience from other countries, including South Africa, Tanzania here. You can see people owning political parties like CCM, and you can see people even frontiering in working in political parties, so that they feel the weight of this is our party and we must protect it, and then we must question our leaders. And then through the party system, a leader is questioned and he start questioned when the time comes for him to be, him or her to be questioned. But as long as Kenyans, we are leaving political parties to a few individuals to fund them and really land them, and nobody is willing to commit even in frontiering, then it is still remain a big problem. I wish there's a way that we are able to come together and fund political parties as Kenyans ourselves, so that we own the political parties that we purport to belong. Because as far as a politician appears and you really appear as a political party leader, and people queue to look for money from a political party leader instead of the other way around. If you go to other jurisdiction, you are going to find a party leader being given money to run the party. But in Kenya, a party leader appears, people queue to get money from the political party leader. So I think that is one of the areas as Kenyans, what I'm calling our political manners that we really have to look at. The third point and the last one, I think, is the question of our coalitions. We better think again about coalitions, especially how they come together and how they disbandge. One, do we really need pre-election coalitions, or should we go like Europe, where we actually form coalitions to form government after elections, so that we don't have this debate like we had last time, which was very acrimonious even to our office, that who is majority and who minority at election time, so that we look at parties as individual political parties. Then we form coalition post-election, so that people don't have to struggle to want to move when they belong to this coalition pre-election and immediately after elections because of wanting to be in government or wanting to form differently. Then they struggle to want to move to the other side illegally, so to speak. And then the law also bites them. So it becomes very untidy. So my suggestion, who having been there for quite some time now, 7 years, I'm thinking it's better then we rethink about coalitions, so that we form coalitions that are logical and also that are moving towards progress, to help governance to become better as we move towards every other elections. So Dibal, as I depart, I think it's a good conversation, and I want to tell the listeners here, we cannot underestimate the power of a political party, and we must actually celebrate those people who come and form political parties. And you can know it's not easy to run a political party, and especially when a political party is not funded. And then you also realize that political parties funding has been a big debate. We have never realized the 0.3% as required by law. And how are these political parties, the one we want ideal, very good, who is supposed to fund them? That is my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Andy Richard, for those sentiments as well. So I really do appreciate, and think she's highlighted a lot of issues that is happening right now within the political party space. Issue of ideology stands out. I know it is 11:30, guys, and we need to wind up. I would want just to open the floor now to the plenary. If you have questions, Western, I saw Western. I don't know, Western, where you've gone to. So that we can just
ball
begin.
Is 2 a.m. So do you like me to disappear now?
It's 2 a.m.
I'm struggling. Yes, I need to sleep.
We are winding up. I can see. Yeah, we're winding up. Sorry, guys. We kept you for long, but I think the conversation was really engaging. Yeah. So sorry for that, Dr. Martin Olo. So we are winding up. We just get questions. If you make them brief. Aman Manyora, you wanted to comment on this? I can see Weston was lined up here. You spoke very well. Last time people were applauding you. You had a question or a contribution, then we give other panelists as well, or people from the plenary, so that they can just ask questions or make contributions just briefly, right? If you were there, kindly, let me just hand over the mic to David Chimuti to talk to us as well, just briefly. If you have a question or a contribution, David Chimuti, I yield the floor to you. Briefly, the mic is on you. David Chimuti. Kindly unmute if you're speaking. David Chimuti, kindly unmute if you're speaking. All right, if she is not speaking, Dr. Martin Koyabe from UK, briefly, you can speak. Briefly, yes. Quickly, just briefly, you can comment on or ask your question.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dibal. I hope you can hear me. Let me just make one or two comments on what has been said. And first of all, let me give gratitude to the speakers, especially the senators, the parliamentarians, and other leaders who are here, including, of course, you, the host, as usual. My area will focus on three main areas. So first, I want to give an outlook in terms of the diaspora perspective when it comes.
Could you just pick one for the interest of time, Daktari? Just one for the interest of time.
Yeah, I mean, okay. So for the interest of time, what we see here is that instead of parties debating around the issue of what is being debated in terms of the ideology, I think parties need to think from an IT perspective about the software that is running these particular parties. Parties have simply refused to update their software with the realities of what's going on, and I think that's something that we need to take to take note of. The second issue is also to take note of the trust deficit that the citizens who would really give our members of parliament that particular sovereignty right to be able to represent them in parliament, to make legislation, oversight, and also to make sure that they can debate issues and make policy, and make some legislation. We've reached a point where there is that trust deficit, and I think we really need to look into that, because when you look at the number of parliamentarians right now and what they're what they're doing, whether it's outside in their private or public life, and then when you compare with what's going on with the country, and then when you compare with what they are supposed to do in parliament, there's a huge disconnect, and I think that's where we are having that particular issue. I just wanted to comment on those two issues, but the last bit is the issue around diaspora. And the diaspora, as we know it, we have roughly about 3 to 4 million in the diaspora as far as the statistics go, but we believe this number is much, much bigger. We are pushing for a specific intervention so that diasporians can participate both in the political process, but also in the governance of the country, because we are Kenyan citizens at the end of the day. The way we are looking at this is that we need to make sure that some of the legislation, especially the rules, and if you look at the regulations of the IEBC, need to be relooked at, especially when it comes to the issue of where diasporians can vote. Currently, if you look at one of the regulations, it says that the elections can only take place in an embassy, consulate, or a high commission in a country where Kenya has either of these three. But the problem with that is that these are very limited in terms of distance, in terms of also the kind of convenience that it brings into the participation of diasporians is when it comes to voting. So what we are looking at is a review of that particular regulation, plus other aspects of electoral reforms that will allow, number one, for diasporians to be able to vote at designated polling centers or polling posts, which have been either which are temporary, or some of them might be movable, so that you can be able to vote at a specific location. The next thing that we need is the issue around making sure that there's a mapping. So let me give you an example. If you look at the US has only 3 areas where diasporans could vote. It's either in Los Angeles, where you have a consulate, either in the UN, where you have a post there in New York, or in Washington, D.C., where you have our embassy. And that is not enough for somebody within the US to move from one state all the way to Washington, D.C. to be able to vote. And in fact, we calculated also the cost of how much it takes for somebody to be able to vote or participate in an election in the US. At the moment, the cost of just somebody going, first of all, to register, being able to be verified, and even to cast your vote is nearly between 75 and 100,000 Kenya shillings. That is per one person. A family might have maybe two, maybe three. So therefore, the cost of voting is extremely punitive. When you look at Europe, it's also the same. So you find that Germany, for example, only had Berlin, which is actually in the middle of Europe, which could allow diasporans to vote from.
Thank you, Dr.
And then, of course, areas such as Australia, China, and so forth. So anyway, the point that I'm coming to is there has to be an equitable, but also sort of like a push to use technology where applicable to allow for an increase in participation in voting so that we can be able to debate what we are calling equitable political participation of Kenyans, whether they're inside or outside. And by the way, diaspora might be the new Tarakanidi. So therefore, political parties should take note of that. They should be able to invest in pushing their members of parliament who are here to push for these registrations to take place so that we can be able to support these particular political parties in a better way. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Martin Koyabe there from UK, talking about the diasporans as well. I think that will be a big issue. The swing vote, like you say, that it has a potential of changing the dynamics of our politics is very key as well. We want to wrap up, and I want to give Anunnaki the last, of course, space to just speak or just not really speak, but ask a question or share a contribution very briefly.
Thank you so much, Dibal, and I thank you for convening this this space. For me, I am just going to make a comment, a brief one, and it's about the rot in our institutions. And this rot, contrary to the belief of the majority that it starts with the executive, for me, I think it starts with the parliament, because number one, parliament has the constitution to help them to work around issues, but they choose to follow political parties and their party leaders, and because of that, we have had issues that can actually be dealt with once and for all in parliament, but they walk around and listen to hear what the party position is before they are able to act. So in other words, our problems lie with parliament. Thank you, Dibal.
Right, our problems lie with parliament. Senator Kajwang, even as I give you the mic to give your closing remarks, do you stand with these sentiments? And of course, also different speakers as well, to just also give your closing remarks. Let's begin with you, Senator Kajwang. Thank you very much also for consenting to stay at this late. I really do appreciate. I can see most of us, our speakers as well, they went, I took them way beyond time, but you were stuck with us. Thank you so much. Your closing remarks, maybe with the reactions.
Thank you, Dibal. Amunaki talks about the role of parliament. We cannot dissociate ourselves from the problems that we have, because we are part of that collective. However, the issue of party positions is not unique to Kenya. If you look at the American system, the issue of party position dismays even a Kenyan politician. You know, the Republicans and Democrats take such firm positions on issues that sometimes it goes beyond logic. And you'd ask yourself, why two logical American gentlemen, perhaps of the same ethnic extraction, the same religion, the same income, would have such a diverse or such a divergent position on the same matter, simply because one belongs to the Democratic Party and the other belongs to the Republican Party. So in multi-party democracy, sometimes people have to follow the party position. It happened in the UK. They got out of the European Union. Brexit, many people did not believe in it, but because the political party had given certain directions, they took the direction that they took. But I know that Parliament can do much more, despite the issue of whips. Parliament has been given more power in this new constitution. And that is why we are saying members of Parliament should stop doing these things you're calling CDF. Members of Parliament should stop these things of bursaries and constructions of schools. And, I do agree with Ken and Professor that we have normalized the abnormal. So let us not normalize the abnormal. If we allow members of Parliament to get out of abnormal things, they would focus more on the budget, they would focus more on the policies, they would focus more on legislation. I cannot agree more with Daktari when he talks about the diaspora. It is our biggest source of forex, and I've always argued that perhaps what we produce, what we manufacture, is highly skilled human resource. You go to Minnesota, you find that the health sector is headed by a Kenyan, and he tells me he was trained in Kenya. He went to university in Kenya, and the Americans found him extremely competent. I think he's now the president of the Medical Association there. And so we must pay attention to the diaspora, but we must also promote quality jobs for our citizens. This business of shipping our young children with degrees to Qatar, to Saudi Arabia, to UAE, to do menial jobs, watchmen, house girls. I mean, there's nothing wrong with those jobs. But if someone is skilled, someone has a degree in engineering, then really a government then cannot conscientiously send them to become security guards in other countries. So those are also issues that we must address. The quality of life and quality of jobs that we are sending our children to out there. I finalize by saying that if we do not get a revolution in this country, then the abnormal shall remain normal. The only way to abnormalize the abnormal is through a revolution. And that revolution can only happen at the ballot. Senegal did it. I hope Kenya can do it. Thank you, Dubal.
Thank you, Senator. Spoken quite movingly there. Can see good reactions also from the floor. I want to give Martin Olo also hand the opportunity to just give your closing remarks. I know coming from India, it's 2:00, so your eyes must be smarting from sleep.
It's true, but it's been a long day for me, and therefore it's a stretch. But let me say this: that it's been a good conversation, and I like where Senator Kajwang is leaving it. We have a job to do, but we have also the truth to speak. We need to tell ourselves that we are not okay, and that what we think is right is actually abnormal, and we must call it so that we must continuously look for solutions. I like what Dr. Anderit was saying about whether we have pre or post coalitions. Again, her solutions are not based on what is the best way forward. There's nothing wrong if we do pre-election coalitions, which we intend to keep. The problem is our intentions are not to keep, and we simply want to grab power. And once we grab power, we want to run away. We saw that with the NAC, we saw that with PNU. Generally, we've seen that even with the UDA and so on, or with the Azmio and so on. So what we should do is to say we do not have the integrity, or there are questions around integrity. There are questions around our intentions. And that shouldn't be the basis upon which we legislate. I mean, we've had good constitution, but we seem to have problems. And I like where Ken Jiru was saying, he was a delegate. There's nothing wrong with our constitution. Everything is in there. Whatever cannot work can be litigated around through courts and so on, and we can get it right. The problem is we do not want to try out what is okay. We always think, for example, and I think this is a message for Senator Kajwang. We know that for a long time, the ODM was for parliamentary system. They lost the opportunity, and they even abandoned that position when the constitution was discussed in Naivasha. Now we are talking about it. I mean, this cannot be the case. We cannot be
all the time trying to reinvent the wheel if it is not working. We cannot use expediency to determine long-term issues. Presidential system is not working. In fact, part of our problem is the system we have. The issue of winner takes it all, first past the post, is not working. Yet that's what we decided to have in our constitution. We would have had a different one if we had gone the parliamentary route. Unfortunately, this is what we had. Now we shouldn't try and come in through NADCO, through BBI to try and fix and to patch a constitution. So we always try to look for solutions that are not well thought out. We cannot then say if we fail to take government and we get 40-something%, we should then go and join those in government. No, the intentions are let us fight to make sure that we are in opposition and then work to ensure that we take power. So our challenges are we use short-term solutions for what would otherwise be a long-term issue. And that is the danger. So let's be a country that says it's important to build political parties and let's proceed to build them. Whether we make it to government today or not, let's continue that path because it's the right thing to do. When we think about how things work, institutions matter. When we see what the Republicans are doing today in the US, it is institutions that are slamming the brakes on Donald Trump. Otherwise, if there were no institutions, there was no due process, we would be seeing a kind of a dangerous trend happening. So let's build our institutions. Let's count on our institutions to protect our democracy and to give us the prosperity and to give us a country that we want. Over to you.
Thank you, Martin, for that. Professor Mashara Munene, you want to give your closing remarks, Professor Mashara Munene? Kindly unmute. Professor Mashara Munene, kindly unmute. All right, let's hear from Professor Peter Kagwanja. I know it's late into the night. Most people, maybe they've dozed off or something. Or Professor Peter Kagwanja, your closing remarks?
Yes, I think I appreciate the platform. I appreciate the debate that's going on. You can see that we are beginning to have the meeting of the mind, particularly that we all have a responsibility to kind of challenge the abnormal and prevent our country from beginning to work on the abnormal. In other words, the language of Africa works, but it works abnormally. That one, we need to challenge it. When a political party joins a government, we must call it out and say that is not the right thing to do. It is to stand as a strong opposition, challenge the government, and if it is in excess, go to the street and remove it. That's what it takes, or wait it out until the next election. But the moment we kill the opposition, we don't have, the somebody to challenge, and therefore it is left to those of us in the street. And at the end of the day, we have a platform in parliament and in other forums to challenge the government. So let us not normalize the abnormal, and that is what is coming out here. I think the other thing is that I think we need to rethink how we form coalitions, because perpetually from 1992, we've seen the same trend that during the campaign, we have political parties. After the campaign, we don't have parties. We have individuals trying to come together and make coalitions themselves. So we again, parliamentary systems are not good for post-election coalitions. But is this something we should now be thinking about? So I agree with Anne Nirito that this is something that we need really to debate very, very seriously. And finally, I think we need to, moving even beyond political parties, we need to begin to think about our society as a whole. And that point came out clearly, that we are people who are not serious on things that we are doing. For example, if you are a member of a political party, you are not even willing to donate even your time to the political party. You are not, and even if you donate time, you want somebody to pay you. So that becomes the trend. And until we are able to pay our civic duties, our civic responsibilities, we are not going to go far. So whether we're talking about political parties or we're talking about this, the materialization of our society need to end. And two, the criminalization of both society and the state in Kenya need to go. What do I mean by criminalization? We are basically doing things not to straighten things up, but basically to gain whichever way. And therefore, we need basically to ensure that our society is not criminalized and our state is not criminalized by those who are seeking certain benefits of the state and society. I think, Ribal, this is a wonderful, wonderful debate. I have a code, but I cannot resist because I've become addicted to this particular forum. And I think it is beginning to give us what we have not had before. We can share issues candidly, topics candidly, we can debate and form certain national consensus, which is what our leaders need to think, to listen to. Thank you, Dibal.
Thank you very much, Professor Peter Kagwanja. And lastly, Ken Jiru, if you may just also give your closing remarks as well, sir, I will really appreciate it.
Thank you, Dibal. As Prof said, this is a fantastic platform. This is my first time on. And I think there is nothing as powerful as people being able to converse, to dialogue, to exchange ideas. That is how a society grows. I would like to just to touch on what Anne said. I think those points were very critical in terms of building a political party, or political parties. And by the way, when we talk about even debt and all those things we're talking about, they are actually essentially functions of working political parties. They are the ones which determine whether there will be debt or no debt, or how much will be taken, because then it is assumed that through the political party mechanism, some conversations, some accommodations have been made, and policy has been locked into a manifesto. But you cannot produce a manifesto as a political party, then come and bastardize it down, through and through. And so political parties must be built. And in fact, there are critical aspects to the extent that they are locked into the constitution. But again, as we are saying, Senator Kajwang touched on it, Prof touched on it, Kagwanja, we are normalizing the abnormal. That must die. And let me end this conversation by situating it within the ambit of what the Greeks talked about when they talked about Greeks. They said there are three types of Greeks. The first one they called an idiot. The second one they called a tribalist. And the third one they called a citizen. The idiot is the so-called private person who avoids public life, avoids politics, avoids civic duties. And in fact, a lot of the middle class and even the elites, you hear people saying, "I don't do politics," and they are thinking they are very clever. But to the Greeks and even to us, that is an idiot. A tribalist is a person who basically anashikilia, the type of politics now that we are running, dividing ourselves on the basis of tribes. And in some contexts, especially when you go to the Somalis, it's even clan, and they even kill each other on that. Families, regional loyalties, that is what you call a tribalist, right? But a citizen, whose the ideal role, is a person who does active participation, reasons, debates, informs themselves, engages in civic duty, even in the spaces that they live in. And so for me, I believe the biggest task of any political party or the political system in Kenya today is actually to create citizens through civic education, through socialization, through mobilization, through having meaningful engagement with the people at the ground level, rather than talking down at them. In fact, if you look at a lot of our political engagement, it is politicians on podiums talking down on the people who've then been paid money, and they become so cynical. The last time the president was in Central, I had people saying the 4,000 or whatever they were given, that was for the president. If the MPs want them to listen to them, they must give them more money. Those are now idiots and tribalists. Now, that task of creating the new Kenyan citizen is very important. I'll end with Nkrumah's quote. In 1963, he said that Africa needed a new type of citizen, a dedicated, modest, honest, well-informed person, a person who submerges self in service to the nation and to mankind, one who abhorred greed and detested vanity, one whose humility is his strength and integrity, his greatness. Can we create this type of person? Yes, we can if we focus on it. If we believe we can, we can. In fact, a people or a populace become what their leaders intend them to be and the direction they drive them towards. So when there is tribalism, it's actually the leader who's benefiting out of those tribal blocks. So asante sana Dibal, I'm excited to be part of this and we'll continue having this conversation. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you very much. I want to appreciate all of you, even as we wind up. Thank you so much, our panelists. We really do appreciate Senator Kajwang. Thank you so much, making a maiden appearance here and contributing so much. Your insights were very insightful. I thank you so much also for giving us the perspective from the parliamentary view and what also the ODM, the current state of play as far as ODM is concerned as well. I would want to thank in absentia Esther Pasaris. I kept her for long as well, and many others. Dr. also Makali Mulu. We had with us as well Professor Mashara Monene, yes, with us. Thank you so much. Professor Peter Kagwanja, we really do appreciate. Martin Olo, thank you for sticking until this far. I really do appreciate. And I want to thank you, Ken Jiru, as well. Dr. Martin Koyabe joining us all the way from UK. Thank you. We want to thank you as well, Dr. Anderitu, for your sentiments. And I want to say thank you. Mushomba Gadoni had said that she was not able to join us. We will have gotten a perspective of the UDA forum as well, just to tell us how they are panning out as far as party politics is concerned. I see you, Ronyo. I see you, Kidi Mwaga. Many of you wanted to ask questions, but look, time is actually far much spent, 2 minutes ticking to 12. Imagine. Wow, we've gone so far. Mheshimiwa Amos Mwago Maina, I think many people have been asking me to have you also on this forum to speak kindly. Consent to that next time so that we may continue apace with the conversation. Nonetheless, I want to thank you, everyone, for graciously consenting this platform today on behalf of my co-host Benjamin Dolo. Thank you so much for many contributions that you've made so far and sticking around with us. As always, just to remind you, they always say that in essentials, unity, in non-essentials, liberty, and in all things, charity. So let us just coalesce around things that really matters as far as unity is concerned for this country. It's all for better good. And here is the forum that we want to make sure that the mainstream ask questions that sometimes do not really get that sufficient time on TV, but because of the convenience of where we can join from, wherever we are in this globe, we can have a constructive conversation. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate, and I would want to call the meeting to an end right now. Have a good night. Sleep easy, and may the good Lord watch over you. May he be a cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night to guide you, and of course to also make sure that he blesses the work of your hand the rest of the week. Thank you. Sleep easy and have a good night.